final playthrough of RE9. Today I'm going to be playing on Insanity mode. I've already done all the previous modes. Definitely feel finally ready to do this. It's my last necessary playthrough because it's the last challenge I have to do in order to complete this. There was a lot of prep work involved, mostly completing all the other challenges with the exception of Remarkable Agent, which is to complete the game on Insanity difficulty, and Curator, since Curator costs a lot of points, and most of the points should be probably spent on weapons to get to this point. Especially unlocking infinite ammo and infinite RPG. That'll probably really help us out here. And all the other items, which do help. You definitely want infinite ribbon if you're going to do classic mode or Insanity. It really helps because it gives you unlimited saves. Tactical tracker after your first playthrough, definitely would grab that, and would definitely grab that unless you're doing a even if you're going to do a no blood collector build to get that challenge done, I would still grab that and that because it just gives you more craftables to work with after your first playthrough. It's really user preference on that, but I think if you actually want to complete this, you're probably going to want to unlock that. Ooh, what's that? Oh, they drop an antique coin here, really? Interesting. So Insanity mode changes up a lot of the enemy locations and item locations too, so it wouldn't be surprising if... Now, does this actually change the... What I want to know is if it actually changes my... No, see, okay, so it takes away the safe codes. It also randomizes the safe codes, as I read a bit on it before I did this, just to get an idea of what to expect. Also, supposedly the enemies have a lot more health than this. We'll find out if that's the case. It sounds like they do, so we'll see if this goes as smoothly as I'm hoping. We're also in Japanese mode because I don't like swearing. There's a lot of swearing in the English version, so I'm glad they include a Japanese version. Or even if they're swearing, I really can't understand what they're saying. Okay, so this is still here, where it's supposed to be. I imagine a lot of the key items are going to be pretty much where they usually are. Maybe there's going to be some slight variance, probably not. Be my guess, but it's always good to double check. Okay, so no, nothing in there. Gross. I definitely don't see anything else. I was actually really surprised by that coin. I don't think that's normally there on the lower difficulties. But like I said, object placement is somewhat not randomized, but it's mixed up. This is not really going to be a story-driven playthrough, so there will be a lot of cutscene skipping. Just FYI. See, there was another antique coin in the lobby. There's normally nothing in this initial starting area, was my understanding on the lower difficulty, so that's quite significant. If you're not paying attention and you just rush through, you're going to be missing out on some. You might miss out on some upgrades because I don't know how many antique coins they give you. They give you a lot in the earlier difficulties, but oh wow, they even give you a green herb in this. Interesting. Can't go in there yet. Doesn't appear to be anything that I need to collect here other than the photo. Oh man. Getting a bit dizzy here. Alright. There still shouldn't be any hostiles to unlock what's-her-face's thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Again, I have no idea what we're in for here. I have not seen any videos on this, so... Well, I made it past that part. One of the parts that I'm sketchiest on. That shotgun scene. You're supposed to move away from the shotgun barrel, obviously, I think. Gross. One feature I like is just run mode, where it just allows you to just run. That's the end of the initial segment with Grace. Now there's something I do want to test. I was hearing like it takes 3 headshots to stun the girl in this mode with the Requiem. And if that's true, I have questions. And if that's true, I wonder if upgrading the Requiem. Oh wow, everything costs more in this. Oh. So let's see, what's the most cost-effective thing I could buy here? Probably the Clatter Carbine, because I'll need it. I can get that later. What I need to do is try and grab some more items. And they turned the blister heads in here even. That's impressive. Yeah. Okay. Impressively bad. Let's do some inventory management here. Just really quick. Gotta look around, make sure that I'm getting everything. So you got little tidbits in here like that. Tracking modules. If I go too far, it locks me out of the box too, so I can't test what I want to test. Hopefully it'll still let me access the box from here. I think if you go past this point, what ends up happening is it locks you out of the box. So what I'm trying to do, simply put, I'm trying to take out some of these zombies from range. Hopefully I'll still have access to the box. Come on, move out of the way. All these civilians running in the way does make this a tad bit difficult, but I think we can manage to test what I need to test. I don't think it's going to let me kill any more of them from that range. I'm pretty sure that should be hitting them. What I'm trying to see is if I can upgrade the Requiem high enough before it's handed over to Grace. Or is it going to let me, because if I can upgrade it high enough, maybe Grace gets the upgrade when Leon hands it to her. Which if you haven't watched that, spoiler, this entire thing's going to be spoilers, so... fair warning. Probably should have warned you ahead of time, but I don't know why you're watching this if you're expecting spoilers at that point. That is 20k for that? Oh. Well, that's the one I'm trying to get, and I may have a better luck just selling everything at this point. I can't believe that's freaking 20k for that. But if I want to test what I need to test, I'm going to have to do that. There is an opportunity to get more later. But I definitely want to upgrade that and see if that will help. Because increasing the reload speed, firing rate, and stability will be helpful when fighting against the girl. I think that upgraded the power a little bit too, maybe. And if that, you're not obviously not going to be able to max the dang thing out. That's just fact. You're not going to be maxing this out. I got 30k right there. Can I, from this point, take anything? I don't want to go too far and get locked out of the box, but maybe I'll have to. Probably already too far. Oh no! Alright. Pleasant surprises. Now I need to hang on to the hatchet. Next one's 45k. I'm definitely not getting that here. Definitely gonna put the connoisseur charm on. Time to buy a gun. My gun back. Just grab the splatter carbine for now. Later I'll get an opportunity for more, but for right now, the splatter carbine's probably the best. Better than the handguns. It's better than the submachine guns for sure too. And it doesn't require upgrades. Honestly, it would be better if I had the Ghost, but the Ghost is 10k and that's pricey. Especially when you're trying to conserve points. So when you when I hand this thing over to Grace, it has a couple upgrades, which might make fighting the girl easier. I don't know if the upgrades carry over. I mean, it's the same gun, so I don't understand why it wouldn't, but again, this is also Leon's stick is upgrading the guns. Okay, turn off my phone. Hey, that's just a notification that I'm on my channel. I need to turn off the phone so it's not bothering us mid-stream. Sorry about this. Can I still go back, or is now this the point of no return? I can go back, but is that going to be worth my time going back? I might have enough for the Ghost. The Ghost is the other alternative. It's unlockable. It's not... Like, once you max out the Requiem it does more damage, but I personally like the feel of the Ghost a bit better. So I can get that. That would be a big help for Leon later. I can get the Ghost, I think. I think it was 10k. Yeah, the Ghost Crypt. There we go. That'll be a really handy pistol to have. Also doesn't take up a lot of slot space either. As I said, it's almost as strong as the Requiem. Though the Requiem does get stronger than when it's upgraded. I just wonder how far I can milk points on this. Like, I haven't really experimented with this, but any advantage I can have against the girl, who by far is like one of the toughest enemies in here, because Grace doesn't get an infinite RPG like Leon. Also, breakable crates when you play as Grace, I'd leave them for Leon. If you've already got unlimited ammo, just leave them for Leon. Picking amp ammo as Grace is... Oh, that's not good. Oh, I thought that was going to do way more damage. It didn't. Interesting. I think once you see that, that's the point of no return then. That's gotta be. So if you blow off the head, the blister heads don't return. But I don't think you're getting more points for doing so. I haven't actually checked to see if you get more points for doing so, but... Oh, there's a green herb back there. Basically, you want to pick up all ammo once you get unlimited ammo as Leon, just so because you can sell it and turn it into points. Points allow you to upgrade your weapons. Alternatively, you could just run the Ghost Grudge and not care about any of this. Or you could just run the Infinite RPG Launcher. It's really preference on that point. I do notice that it does give you quite a few bit more points, it seems to. Even with the enhanced points machine on this difficulty, so that's nice, because everything costs more on this difficulty. Oh, that's good. At least I get a, Okay. Looks like I've cleaned house. All hostiles down and all items collected. Now my goal is to try and get a upgrade for damage for the Requiem, because it's probably going to need a damage upgrade. I don't know if that will carry over. I don't know if it's how that even works, but hopefully. Now for my second least favorite part in this game. Because I don't know when the girl's going to show up in this game mode. I hope they kept this the same, because honestly, the girl is the most terrifying enemy in here as Grace. Simply because there's nothing you can do with her, to her in the initial opening segment. Yeah. I may die here. There may be some reloading if it lets me. I don't know. Yeah, it does have some autosaves. Okay, cool. Because quite honestly, this is probably... I don't know what to expect here. So in classic mode and insanity mode, you need ink ribbons to save. Which is why getting the unlimited ink ribbon thing is kind of helpful. Once you get access to your block, we'll get access to that, but... Oh, that's terrifying. Because I don't know how this is going to save, we're just going to overwrite that. We're going to use that now, because that's the girl up ahead that's making that noise. I'm not even going to bother going in there. I know where the screwdriver is, so that's the only reason I'm not bothering. Normally you have to go in there to read a note to say, hey, the screwdriver's in XYZ cabinet. But in this one, I'm not going to risk it because I don't know when the girl's going to show up. Normally she shows up past this door, but... Yep, there she is. That's terrifying. Alright, let's go. No brains for you, hopefully. That. Gonna grab that. You know, I'm sure there's a way to do this quietly. There she comes. Quickly, 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 quickly. Right. Screwed her. You don't see me. Come on. No. And that's that. What the frick happened there? I got stuck on something. I hate that. I hate that. Whatever that was, I do not like it. That was probably physics. Because I got stuck on, like, this thing right here. Like... I've never gotten stuck on that before, so that's nonsense. Alright, let's try this again. That's why I saved there. Could you run faster? Thank you. There we go. Like, this is just automatic. For an FBI named Grace, she's not very graceful, is she? To be fair, I probably wouldn't be either if I had giant scary creature that can that's trying to one-shot eat me, chasing me, so... Maybe there's a different pattern we need to approach here. think we're gonna run in here and maybe stun her. Or at least get her out of there. See what she does. Which way are you gonna go? Coming down the hall? Okay. This is legitimately terrifying. And I don't have a ribbon, so let's hope she really doesn't pop out of there until after I grab the better fuse. Alright. Come on. Hit the X, there we go. And we're done. Whew. Hate that scene. It's one of... because you literally can't do anything. At all. Whoops. Slight technical difficulty. Alright. We're gonna do this. I don't want to sell Ghost Scritch. I'm not going to sell the hatchet either. But at least that gets... Wait, can I grab stuff while we're in this cutscene right now? Or no? No, I cannot. Alright. Not really a cutscene, but it's like a walking one. You know what I mean. Down you go. Go on, pick it up. Are you gonna try flanking me? Alright. Another one down. Yeah, they really do move the items around quite a bit. Come on. Try to reach for it. I dare ya. Quadruple dare ya. How'd that go for you, creep sack? Yeah, I'd say that actually did go pretty well. Mostly because I'm using something that can one-shot quite a few things in this game, so... But still. I probably can't go back through there to get at that. Oh, and I missed something. Shit. Well, let's see what the autosave no brings me to here. Okay, well, I missed something. That's not good. Well, I don't think I can upgrade it any further than I already have. You get like 2 boxes to upgrade and hope for the best. Hopefully the 2 upgrades that I've given Grace's transfer over the Grace's Requiem. Because it's the same gun, like... I don't see how upgrading it as Leon would somehow disqualify Grace from getting those upgrades when she's handed the exact same gun. But we'll see. Come on. Man, that's a lot of points. That I wish I could be putting into this Requiem. But unfortunately, I don't think after this door, it's pretty much the end of the level. I don't think there's a container between here and there. If there was, that'd be nice. But I'm pretty certain there isn't. Always check your map and sanity difficulty, because again, things are going to be in different places than normal. Yeah, oh, alright, well... Hopefully this will be good enough for Grace to actually be able to tackle the basement section with all ease. Oh yeah, so that answers that. See those white marks there underneath? The upgrades that I did give it do apply to the Requiem that Grace receives. So it got a slight rate of fire increase and a slight power increase. Hopefully that will be enough to get us through the basement section with ease, since you can't interact with that as Grace at all. So, I'm going to check back here because there's normally nothing back here, but you never know. With them moving all the items around, it's hard to determine. So I want Rookie Charm and Mr. Raccoon Charm, which I think is a deluxe only bonus. We're gonna save. And store that back in there. Because might as well. I'm gonna grab my antique coins. I don't know that I want to bring that with me. I might bring the Kotetsu, just in case I get grabbed, so I can get out of that, because I hear grab zombies can almost insta-kill you with a grab in this one. Alright. I've got the West key card. Be really mindful of inventory space initially. We're going to try taking out the cook and see how well that goes. It might not end well, but I'm going to try anyways. Rather than deal with the cook scene again. You coming through the door? Alright. Good enough. That took a couple more shots than normal, but that's okay. Well, that gave me the antique coins. That didn't give me access to the pantry. What? You get an empty injector there? That's interesting. Well, like I said, they rearrange everything was what I heard. I just didn't think that they could rearrange that. Huh. So where do you get the pantry key then this time, I wonder? Did I get his head? No, it looks like I got his arm. That's not good. So that means he can turn into a blister. Well, the makeshift knife is here. Like, some things are where they should be, I'm noticing, and some are just not. Oh, that's a problem. I have to discard that. I know, it hurts me to have to do that, but that injector kind of messed me up. I wasn't expecting it to be there. What I could do is I could just go back and shove the injector in my box. Let's do that. Let's do that. Save some inventory space. Because I'm going to want these coins. For sure. As many of their heads I can blow off clean, the better. Now this is also normal where you get your first handgun. Fortunately, because I have unlimited ammo, I don't have to worry about that. Shouldn't have picked that up. Definitely not going to pick that up. That's good to know here. Definitely don't want them turning into blister heads later. So these are empty. It's really interesting. Yeah, the placement of things are going to be real interesting. I think the main objectives should be in the exact same places, though. I didn't mean to open that. Just so used to opening that. Another head gone. Another problem solved. Ah, that's going to be a problem, too. Alright, well... Her freaking shaky hand makes this really, really hard. A lot of people were recommending, and by a lot I mean the two guides that I've read a little bit into in passing, said that zombies can one-shot, regular zombies can one-shot Graves in this mode. Don't know if it's true or not. I don't intend to find out. Okay, so you only get that from her in this one. That's interesting. I'm gonna try and leave as much as I can for when it swaps back to Leon. So these are in the same spot. It's just that wasn't. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so now I can toss that blood pack in my bank. Since I don't even know if the hip pouches are going to be where they usually are. No idea. For now, we're going to store that there. Now we'll hang on to that, because again, I have no idea if I'll need it or not. Very French style architecture in this chronic care center, for sure. Bourgeois. Lights on. Well, Mr. Chairman, I have to say, okay, yeah, no, that really hurts. That really hurts, yep. Gonna have to go with that. Ow. Well. Oh, and that's not there either. Oh, that's really not good. The brooch isn't there. Ooh. Oh. But it's over here, okay. Well, as long as it's still in here. Because I'm gonna need this. For sure. Are the codes the same? Moon, sun, star, moon. Alright, we'll try it. I don't have to pick up that pencil, but I don't have to. Moon, sun, star. Alright. It's everything in there for now that I need to worry about. Yeah, that really hurts. Zombies really, I could see how they could one-shot you. Now that we've gotten that done, gotta save again. Do a little bit of inventory management here. There's a lot more shaking going on in this mode with the her aim. So a lot of people recommending grabbing steroids first, but I think I'm grabbing stabilizer first as always, because her handshake with this freaking giant gun that I'm pretty certain would snap her wrists off if an actual person of her stature tried firing this. Oh, they don't give us a steroid this time first. Alright, well, that works too. Let's see, it's handgun. Frick is that? The heck is that? Some sort of knife in the manual. Okay, well, either way, I think we're going to grab this first. Because more items is good. How many do I need for that? Still 6? This needs 5, huh? I'm curious what this is, so we're gonna grab it and see what it is, because I have no clue what this is. Blood to be collected from a knife coated in a special chemical. It is an anti-coagulant agent which allows more blood to be collected from an infected enemy. Huh? I don't think that's useful. So we're gonna reload because I didn't know what that was, and now that I know what that is, I have questions. I think we will store Kotetsu. I haven't really needed it yet. Hostile down. I keep forgetting not to do this. I'll just leave that there. Increment 10, nano. We'll put the rest into this, because this will be more useful. I don't think that RIP is going to be useful. I'm going to throw that out there. I'm not going to try killing someone with a freaking knife in the hardest difficulty mode. I just refuse. That really makes me wonder where you're going to find that. Oh, the kitchen has an antique coin. Oh, hey, we might be able to grab that right off the bat if I can find that antique coin. Where's this at? Oh, I think I just saw it. There we go. does the pantry key end up then? It's really got me curious now. Well, I don't. Then I guess I'm not grabbing the steroid next, because there is no steroid to grab. Normally there's a steroid and a stabilizer in that. But there isn't this time, and quite frankly, I don't think the RIP knife or the other one's going to be useful. Now to get the blood collector. I should save before I do anything else, just in case I make a decision I regret, so I don't have to repeat that entire segment over again. Alright. The chunk's probably going to take a lot more damage. I guess I'll pick it up. Might as well. It's there. Being the operative word. Dang it, I missed his head. Oh well. I hope the blood collector is where it's supposed to be. Again, what is with hitting the arm somehow? Scrap. There we go. At least the blood collector is where it's supposed to be. That'd be very awkward if it wasn't there. Gotta go through and do this just for the sake of doing it. Alright, is this where I get the... No. Hemolytic injectors. That's what I need this for. Well, dropped another item too, huh? Man, they drop antique coins like it's going out of style. Yeah, it is too effective. What, I get both of them with that one headshot? Nice. Oh, wow, yeah. Well, let's see hemolytic injectors I'm going to have to use here. Because this corridor is where I think you want to use the majority of your hemolytic injectors, just because you have to come through here carrying what's Emily later. And that can prove very difficult to do if you've left anything up to turn into a blister head here. We're going to clear this room next. Hang on, I'm answering a response. Sorry, I was answering a response from a friend real quick who was asking how good it was. Okay, that's not good. Did I get the head? Because that's the important part. I got the head. Cool. Alright, what's this? Okay, that just tells us that the safes are there. Well, that's where you get the browning, huh? I'm gonna leave these breakables for Leon. And we're gonna store that and that for now. And that actually as well, because in all honesty, I should just use up these coins, even if I don't want to. I'm just gonna use them up. To get these opened up. And get them out of my inventory. I mean, I could probably use them later for scrap, but I don't think I want to. Right, okay, this is the tins. So I need to go upstairs in the east wing and grab that and hope I survive the chunk. Brain. Let's save here. Again, because now my inventory has been cleared out some more. I do like how you can upgrade this before you give it to Grace. I feel like that's helping me out on this playthrough. Maybe it won't take as many shots to get the girl, but I hear it takes like 3 shots to stun her in the basement, and that's the segment I'm most worried about. Because honestly, like, the hardest enemy in here is the girl. Like, that's just hands down. She just is, because she can one-shot you with ease. Does not play around. Okay, so it's like 6 shots with this to kill him this time around. How much damage am I getting with Increases firepower. Hmm. Alright, well, he's done. That went smoother than expected. I shouldn't pick up the lockpick, I don't need to. Now I have that. Let's go grab the other hip pouch, which hopefully is in the same spot. And let's also get the blood lab analyze stuff done. That way I have all my recipes unlocked. Let's see what's in here. Oh, that's where the pantry key is. Okay. Alright. Another RIP knife. They replace these with a lot of other RIP knives. I'm not certain what those do, but like it says you get more blood off the kill, but I'm not certain like if that's even worth picking up. Is that like an insta kill? Like what is that? I guess I'd have to pick one up to find out. I'm not too interested in wasting inventory space on that. Oh wow, that changes this up drastically. There we go. Alright, cool. That took longer, so now I can craft the RIP knife handgun ammo. Oh, so it changes what you get out of those. Interesting. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and there's a zombie in here now too, huh? Oh, that's not good. No, that's death. That is death right there. Oh, okay. Right, that's my charm kicking in. That's what this charm does. Likelihood of surviving fatal damage. Ooh, man. Yeah. I can't. Oh, you can't use that as is either. Oof. That's sad. Well, I don't have to come back in here, so it'd probably be a waste to actually use the hemolytic on him. Just use that. See, normally you can use these on the other difficulties. In this mode, you have to do it a specific way. Alright, then we're going to head back to my item box, and hopefully I make it. We're going to take the safe route since I've blown all their heads off this direction. There shouldn't be any more surprises this way. Yeah, so this is the hardest difficulty. They changed the enemy routes up, so it's completely different from like the normal routes. We'll be skipping all cutscenes, so if stuff doesn't make sense, well, it'll be as spoiler-free as you can get, even though it's not really necessarily spoiler-free. Let's fix this, because that hurt. Fine. Yes. I don't have... Do I have the recipe for that? Do I have the recipe for this? No, does not look like I do. Okay, well, then we're going to store that back in there. I think I'm actually going to store the antique coins as well. Don't really feel like I need it. Yeah, let's have the resources there first. Head back, grab that, get that crafting done. So at least the crafting items are in the same spots. However, they seem to give different items for crafting than usual. Which is something very interesting. Oh, I got his head too. Nice. So he's not gonna come back as a blister head. So wouldn't have even needed to use a hemolytic injector in him. Cool. And this one's like the hand one, but different. Interesting, so they also mix up the puzzles. Now I can craft steroids and stabilizer. There we go. Stabilizer it is then. Much better. So if you look at the bottom right, where there's like the blue symbols for the stabilizer, I've got, you can get 4 stabilizer upgrades and 4 steroid upgrades. It seems like it gives you a lot more EpiPens to do so in this one, in this difficulty level, than in the previous. I don't ever recall getting 2 injectors pretty much right off the get-go, so that's pretty awesome. I have one sitting in my vault, so we're just gonna get enough blood off these guys to craft one. And head back to my... What are these other... Oh, even more. Okay. In the first playthrough, you can only store up to like 150 blood. Do I want to... You know what? I will use a hemolytic injector on him because I have to come back here later, and this is a dangerous corner. So you can craft items called hemolytic injectors, and that gets rid of the zombie's body. It's kind of a new thing. I don't think they ever had that in the original REs. But if you don't do that, or if they still have a head, they can turn into blister heads, and blister heads are a much more dangerous enemy that are much more aggressive, do more damage, etc., etc. Normally, I'd do another stabilizer, but I'm kind of wondering if I should do a steroid this time around. I think I'm going to want a stabilizer and hope that I'm right. Because it just makes it so much more easier to aim. And if I'm going to have to, it's going to take like 3 shots. To knock out what's-her-face, the girl in the basement. I'm going to want as much stability in my aim as possible. So now that I have that, oh, wait, were there other? I should head there and see if I can the hip pouches in there, because there's usually the hip pouches seem to be in the same places. Hopefully that stays that way. I don't know that it will. I don't know that it won't. I forgot to put the ink ribbon back. See, normally you would have to have regular ink ribbons, but because I've completed pretty much all the challenges except for the last one, which is complete the game on insanity difficulty. Because they have like a lot of special content you can unlock here, including RPG for Leon, infinite ammo for all guns, crossbows, some charms for weapons, which are mostly a Leon thing. Literally, I just have these 2 to do, and I'm done. So, but yeah, let's try and get these hip pouches. I gotta be careful because I think if I get bit one more time, I'm screwed. I'll have to restart. What was down the end of this corridor? No, I already grabbed that. Alright, then we'll go into the banquet room. So we should have some blood drops here to pick up. And it's a hold button, so if you release it too soon, it So one thing I am noticing, some enemies are in different spots, but the majority of them seem to be in their same locations. Like, it mixes it up to where it keeps you guessing whether there's going to be a zombie around the next corridor here. And I picked that up when I didn't mean to. Oops. Just trying to leave that for Leon so that he can convert it into points. Okay, yeah, so that settles it. The hip pouches are in the exact same spots. Fortunately. There's blood there, but I can't pick that up. Oh, there's healing upstairs. Okay, cool. Can I craft a... No. I cannot craft those. See, that's interesting. Maybe they add a additional recipe that I have to find here to craft the health injectors. That's actually shocking if that is in fact the case. Now there's just handgun ammo up there. Alright, well, there should be an herb here. I don't need the hemolytic injector him because when you come back through as Leon, it should be okay. Where do you get the bar and lounge code? You know, I actually need to find the codes in this difficulty because in this difficulty they change up the codes on you. There's another one. Normally I'd leave those again for Leon, but this mode actually really hurts when you mess up, so I mean, so don't mess up. It's basically what I'm gathering here. Alright, now I need to get the corrosive to get the second one. So we need to head back this way. At least now I have some healing if I need it. It'd be better if I had more healing. Actually, I probably should use this because I'm going to go into a really tricky corridor. Getting this second shooter this early on, though, should help quite a bit. It also supposedly increases firepower, as does the rookie charm, so I'm wondering if, with all these bonuses adding up, if it'll still be 3 shots with the hand cannon here. It probably still will be, but I don't know that for sure. Yeah, that's the padlock I need to get the corrosive for. Is there anything else in here? I mean, I could pick the toothpick up, the lockpick up. I don't. Usually it just has rare zirconium, which are used to make bullets for this gun that I have unlimited ammo on, so I don't know that that's going to be useful. Remember not to break the boxes. Leave those for Leon. I will, however, turn that into a hemolytic injector. We'll turn that into that. Some more blood. Alright. And now the corridor of danger. I'm just probably gonna waltz in through. Silence. Alright, cool. That went smoother than I expected. Excellent. And I will have to come back here as Leon at some point anyhow. So, alright, now we got the corrosive, and now we got the second quartz to getting out of the care center. And then we'll have to grab the third. And then it's on to the basement. I don't remember that much blood being here earlier, but maybe I'm oh yeah, there was, because I killed the fatty. The fat guy there. Alright, and that gets rid of that lock. So now, hopefully this puzzle stays the same. If it turns it into a question mark, I know it didn't. But it looks like it stayed the same. So, star, sun, moon, sun. So the puzzle stays the same. So, star, sun, moon, sun. There's the whole conversation. So this is probably the last bit of the Umbrella story that takes place after Umbrella, after Umbrella's demise, that talks about Spencer's legacy. This seems to be the last one of Spencer's legacy, and they're moving on to the connections theme from here on, which the connection does feature in this, but they seem to be the new big bad that they're setting up, that were ironically retconned in or written into the story as preceding being before Umbrella. It's kind of interesting. Alright, so now I need to go that way. That's right. I don't think I left anyone with a head alive, but I should double check that just to be sure. Aside from this guy, did the other guy's head get blown off? Yes, okay. I think we're good here. I think we're good here for now. I can use those hemolytic injectors in the basement. Strategy, the art to success. And because we've gotten this far, and I need to shove stuff in the bank anyhow. We'll save here. Actually, let's go put that in there, then save. I mean, it is very, like, this could almost be a real place if this isn't a real place. I doubt it is because of the lock. No one uses a lock like that in the real world that I'm aware of. It's a neat puzzle, though. Let's actually shove these coins in there, because I don't think we have a use for them anymore. Shove that in there. Is there anything I need from here? The pantry key. Let's open the pantry now. Actually, let's see what's in there. Because normally there's not much in there, but we're going by the pantry anyhow, so there might end up being something in there this time. This zombie, you should always hemolytic inject because he has a very high. He will almost always turn into a buster head at a very inconvenient point in here. So now I've got rid of him. I'm also gonna do you because I don't want the cook coming back to life. That's just my preference. So now that's two of the really elite zombies in here. Just out of the picture for good. However, surprise! There's zombies in the cupboard. And the lower difficulties... Oh, I almost got grabbed there. That would have been bad. Lower difficulties. There's not usually zombies in this cupboard, so hence that's a good... That was a good, it's a good jump scare there. Let's get another hemolytic injector. And let's leave that for Leon. The only thing I'm not going to leave for Leon is this. If I can help it. I have to come back for that if there's Leon anyways. So, if that's the case, is what's in the bathroom now? Is that just still the blood tub? Or are there more items in there perhaps now? Oh, well, there's that, which that'll come in handy for sure. Oh, there's an antique coin in that toilet. Okay. So no, aside from the antique coin, it's just the blood tub. And it just wants to give you antique coin after antique coin in this mode. Holy guacamole, Batman. And let's see what's in here. Yeah, as I thought, the rare metals that you use to make the Requiem rounds, which is the name of the gun and also the story. It's Resident Evil 9 Requiem, so... Pretty freaking solid. Though it kind of feels like at some points like they had AI feed in this, they fed in like all the previous really good Resident Evils and just took like stuff from 9, 10, and 4. But it's in a tasteful way, so I don't really care. Alright, got rid of those. 4 slots. Cool, cool. It's par for the course here. Another herb to make a max herb. Alright, what's in these? Another lockpick, which I'm going to ignore because there's no need for it. The wrench, of course. We're going to save here because really should. At this point, I think we're going to take Katetsu back out. Just in case I get grabbed again, so I have a quick escape. Which, keep in mind, I've had no need for until now, so... I don't think I want to bring Freya's needle out. It's just another inventory slot that I don't need filled. So I'm wondering now, because normally at this point, I would have, like, only 2 of these slots. There's 4 in total, so, like, they changed, like, what items you can make. And that's pretty weird. Because normally I can make the med injectors, and in this one you really can't make the med injectors. Leave that for Leon. Okay. Alright, is this where I find the safe? Yes, 20, 50, 30. So it changes the safe codes in this mode. Shashcroft. We're gonna throw that to lure this guy out rather than break the box. Come on. You hate loud sounds, forget it. Come on out. Headshot in the corner pocket. And more down. Man, this is going to be kind of peaceful once I'm done with these last few zombies. Do I open this as... Yeah, I should open this as Grace, because you never know. Right. Okay, there's the last one. So there's a second one. Oh, that allows me to craft med injectors in this one. Okay, cool. So now I'll be able to craft med injectors with that. Let's leave those for Leon. What's that? What the heck was that? Oh, another transfusion bag that I can't use. Okay. I can probably leave that for Leon. Now that I can make med injectors, all you need is blood and herbs usually to make them. Like a singular herb drop can make it. Let's take this back to a microscope. Wait, there was a microscope back up there. I'm being an idiot. I'm being dumb. And I walked right past it too. That's the sad part. That's where we'll use the wrench. I'm trying to make sure I get what I need out of this before I use the wrench, because after you use the wrench, there are definitely going to be blister heads. If there weren't already. Yeah, so there's two of these laser microscopes to initiate crafting. There we go. And now I can craft med injectors. And those do indeed cost one herb and a lot of blood. So that gives me space. So now I think I will actually grab that herb. I saw it back that way. And we'll turn that into a med injector, just in case. And I can use that, and I can go back and pick that up. Because blood is completely useless to Leon. However, I won't use that right now because it would only give me 10 blood. And it would discard 90 blood. So, and I don't want to do that when I can just throw it in my vault. Let's grab the barcode. Since I've already got the barcode, Leon can't even interact with these. I'm curious what's actually in these, because normally what's in these is okay. No, so it's 20 right, 50 left, and then 30 right. Did I read that right? Yeah, I did. Okay, so it's still antique coins that are in here. Oh. Well, that's a big nothing burger. Well, I guess I can go grab what the last item that's there, not that I want to. See, with blood puddles like those, it'll save the remaining amount. When you use blood bags, it just discards it, the excess. And that's not what we want. Alright, Let's do the wrench and let's just get this opened. Not gonna pick up the organ just yet for the organless zombie. Let's get the wrench out of my inventory at least. And we'll open this up for Leon. Which, to be fair, like, you have to open this up anyways for the main story, but... Combine... Hemolytic injector, yeah. Alright. Let's get rid of these antique coins. So normally, once you pick up that organ, that's the artificial heart, I think it is, either of them, it will start the zombies mutating into blister heads. You really don't want that if you can avoid it. However, any zombie that's been disintegrated or has been hemolytic injected does not turn into a blister head. Which in theory makes life easier. In practice, it actually does make life easier. However, like, they sometimes spawn more zombies. So. Alright. And that's the RIP knife and the handgun ammo. Leon might be able to pick those up, I don't know. Anyways, we're going to check the remaining antique coins in my Voltus Maximus. Because we can at this point. Let's put that in, that in, that in. Man. Now, which one do I want to do first? I should probably do the garage first, since that still will have a zombie in it. Both are in the same, like, zone. It's just on the same wing. It's just one's there and one's there. And I think I'm gonna do that first. 3 hemolytic injectors. I'll need all those for downstairs. If the zombie placement's the same downstairs, which it's probably not going to be. I mean, the zombie placement's more or less been the same. There have been a few, like, surprises. Which I kind of expected. More or less it stays the same. They just add zombies to areas that they weren't previously in. Let's grab the organ box. And we're going to grab this box because Leon can't get at this box for obvious reasons that you'll see in a second. Oh, I have to actually shoot that in this one. Okay. That's scary. It's a good thing I thought to shoot that. Holy cow. Normally you just shoot the zombie and it stops moving, but I guess in this mode you have to actually shoot the engine. I think that's what I just shot. Check to make sure there's no items here that I need/want. No, there's just boxes here, and I'm leaving those for Leon. I know he can get at those. And the reason I'm leaving things for Leon is because any excess items he doesn't need, you can be sold and then used to upgrade stuff. So there is a tactical advantage to doing so. Actually, I should just discard those. Those aren't even worth saving. So now we'll grab the other organ, and that'll give us the level 2 key card. The fastest way would be to cut through here, I think. So we're going to do that. This will take us to the other side of the west wing. Alright, I'm full. Is there anything I can craft? No. Okay. Oh, that's fine then. As stated, Leon can't even use this, so those resources don't matter. You can't pick up the ink ribbons either. It's only in Grace's side of things you get the ink ribbons. So is this puzzle going to be the same? We're about to find out. Yes, it is. Okay, so that puzzle stays the same. So now I gotta go to that organless zombie patient and put in organs. Artificial organs. I miss... Oh, you know what? I could pick up that bottle. Leon can't pick up bottles. I could turn that into a cocktail, a Molotov cocktail or something. Oh, really? So does that mean you can't make acid? Acid bottles? Oh. That's gonna make the liquor part really hard. So I can't use that for anything. Well, maybe it'll be like an add-on thing where it's just like, oh, it's there, but you can't see that it's there until you get to that point. Maybe that'll be the case. I doubt it, but you never know. Just gonna grab this ink ribbon for the case of brevity and save here before I do anything else. And this entire sequence can be done with infinite ammo really quick. I'm just taking my time looking through stuff. Because this is the hardest difficulty, you need items to finish the hardest difficulty. That's kind of a fact. So lungs first, because then put heart in there, and done. Executioner style. And this should be the level 2 wristband. Okay, cool. Trying to think. If there's anything else. Wait, there's an empty injector that I missed. Where's that in? The records room? Ooh, I need to grab that. I need to grab that. See, always check your map. You never know what you might be missing. And the records room's in the west wing, so up the stairs would probably be the best way to get there. Too bad I can't craft it. Well, I'll be able to craft the steroid injector. Or not steroids, but the firepower one, because I feel like the firepower one's just going to be more useful in general. I must have walked right past it. So where is that? That's in the okay, so that was way in the back. So that means you get 3 empty injectors in this mode before you even get to the basement. Okay. We're gonna do stabilizer again. Because the best defense as Pete, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth has said, is a good offense. Not that I agree, but in video games, I definitely agree that that's the case. So now we're going to grab some more blood, because now I can. The bar in the context, yes. Let's grab some more of that. So basically, I want to grab as much as I can from this area, because when you come back through here as Grace, after the basement. Oh, there's the Buster Head. Oh, and I got a crit on that. Cool. Normally they don't go down in one shot, even with this gun. I got a really lucky crit there. Fantastic. So now the fastest way out is this way. Okay. Come on. I grabbed that. That's right. Okay. You max out on this more frequently. So now I have all but like one firearm thing done. That's pretty cool. I think I'll save there before I go into this lab. Because this lab is also usually pretty claustrophobic. Like, all of Grace's points are very claustrophobic, because she doesn't usually get much in way of weapons. Like, she gets 2 handguns and the Requiem for this segment. And that's pretty much it. We'll grab the Freya now that I've got 2 slots. That's all I'll probably need for this next segment is 2 slots, but we'll see. And the Freya you only get after completing enough challenges. And at 4,000 challenge points, it's not something you should prioritize, because you need like 50k for the unlimited ammo for just regular weapons, and then the rocket launcher is like 35k. Infinite rocket launcher is like 35k. Alright, this is where I gotta kind of pay attention, because there could be zombies around these curtains. We just have that blood pool there. It's a free med injector. Honestly, I should put the green away and just grab another med injector, but because those stack and these do not. Is there anything else in here that I should be aware of? No. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up because Leon can't come here. So I might as well just pick up everything that's in here, because I don't even think Grace can come back here after I do this next sequence with Emily. Yeah, he's dead. That's right. And there's Braille, and she can't read it. So now we're gonna have to grab the blind chick, who is kept behind glass walls. That's what this level 3 person is for. We're gonna discard that. Throw that in there. But now one of the doors is opened, and the residents are unfortunately not only awake, but going to try and attack me. So. And you're getting a hemolytic injector. You're getting hemolytic injector. And I think I'm about to use most of my hemolytic injectors literally right here. Well, not what I wanted to do, but better than having a bunch of blister heads running around in this very tense fight that will be coming up here in a second. Because more doors will open up with more zombies, and I don't want a blister head in the mix. Ever. Those things are, The regular zombies also move faster in this mode, too, I've noticed. Which makes it a bit more tense a, section. Might as well discard this. Might as well open these, because again, like I said, Leon's just not going to be able to come through here. And they have the potential to be herbs, but they're usually just handgun ammo, and I don't need it. Because I got unlimited. At the cost of reloading. Like, you have to reload it still, but your reserves are unlimited. It's kind of nice. So is this everything worth grabbing that I should grab as her? No, I should grab that bottle in the closet. Because that'll be useful later, maybe. We'll discard that. I could pick up these REP knives, but I don't see the point. If all they do is just give you more blood, I'm not really hurting for blood. I'm hurting for scrap, if anything, but I'm not going out of my way to break open things, because they'll just all be handgun drops, and I don't need them. It's a waste. So now we'll toss the bottle in there, we'll toss that in there. Did I have another med injector in here? I do. So we'll grab those, that way in case I need them. I have a couple. Save. Actually, I should have waited to save until after I get Emily out of her cage. Let's open this one up first so it gets rid of the item. So now that item's gone, because those are the only two spots you can use it on. We're gonna hold X to skip the conversation. We're gonna put her down on the sofa. And now we'll save. Because this leads to the basement. Which, there's an autosave in the basement zone, but I thought this was a really interesting moment that kind of also is mildly terrifying, because you can't even shoot or aim while carrying her. Fortunately, none of these should be turning into blister heads, because if you leave a zombie that with a head, they will turn into a blister head while you're trying to bring her here. And we're going to have a standoff moment in a sec, where they would also turn into blister heads if you had left them here. That was really quiet. But again, I can only do that because I have unlimited ammo. I hope that was his head. Oh, I'm in trouble. That's not good. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Reload. Okay, no blister head for you, and I did get that guy's head, it looks like. Cool. I'm gonna just use that. I don't care. He's going to probably turn into a blister head because I missed his freaking head. As will that one, because I didn't expect that. Yeah, there it is. Well, you know what? I had a hemolytic injector. I could have stopped that, now that I think about it. But I didn't need to. You know what? I will stop this guy from turning, though. Which is only going to leave me with, like, one for the basement. But can I scrap those for... No, I can't. Okay. That's alright. And that should be that, hopefully. Yep, that was that. Cool. Another gross grab. And now we go into the basement, my least favorite part of this whole thing. Well, maybe second least, because you can actually shoot in the basement, unlike in a later scene. Alright, awesome. So now I need to make some decisions. Ghost Grudge cannot be upgraded. We're going to go with that. What do I want to grab? You know what? No. I know what I'm going to grab. I'm just going to grab that. Call it good. And then I guess I'll spend the rest on these green herbs. So now, all bosses are no longer a threat. Anything I pick up is just going to be sold for cash. Fortunately, you can do whatever challenges you want that give you 35,000 points for this. It should be 35k points for this, so if you complete minimalist, I think, or okay, chunky cheese, you're dead. When you first fight this guy, it isn't not an easy, kind of claustrophobic fight. I wouldn't say it's a hard fight, but it's claustrophobic for sure. And he will break stuff like this, that wall, and that wall. The RPG won't break him. It has to be the boss specifically, but that's alright. We killed him instantly, so... easy enough. And these cabinets, if you're wondering why I haven't interacted with them, it's because only Leon can open them, so... And quite frankly, Grace has no reason to open them. Grace can't open them. But, like, even if she could, like, the objects there are more useful for Leon anyways. Oh wait, that's probably behind that wall that the boss had to break, so I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, cleanup time. So now I gotta grab all the items I left behind as Grace for Leon to sell. And now I have my big case. So we're going to do some quick inventory adjustments, because as usual he gets his Tetris inventory of Doom. Combine that to that. Healing items I'm probably going to hold on to this time around. But anything else, like scrap and that, I think I'm just gonna sell. Grenades, those sort of things. They're not incredibly useful now that I have this stuff. I will turn that into a stack tank grenade, because that sells for more. And there are more areas as you progress to the story. It's not just this care center. This is just like the initial starting location. Yeah? Or it would have been if I hadn't hemolytic injected like 90% of the population. And the rest are missing heads, so... You're welcome, peon. No. We need to go this way. And clean up the entire top floor of the West Wing first. That and most of the object opening things like you have to open as Leon are up here on the West Wing. There's practically nothing on the East Wing. However, there are tracker points which are worth the most. So, there's that. Is it everything here? It appears to be, so let's head down this way. Actually, let's head up here. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Sounds like one of the inhabitants is still alive. Did they add a zombie in here? Interesting. Yeah, you can't pick up that. I can't interact with that. Okay. Right, the pantry. I'm sorry. A lot of this is going to be me just picking up stuff as Leon for quite a bit of this for a little while, because, like... Oh, that's for him as well. Yeah, that's for him as well. Alright, let's head to the parlor, grab the handgun ammo that's there, because I can sell all of that. Oh, I can actually pick up that, but I can't pick up the knife. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because the knife is specifically a Grace item, so... She's the only one that can pick those up. Alright, I gotta go through the dining room and grab that. Leon also moves faster than Grace, I'm noticing. Like, a lot faster. Which I guess makes sense. Miss FBI is severely lacking in, masculine muscle. And with those noodle legs, she definitely doesn't work out. Not that she needs to. Alright, so that's everything there, the garage, right? There's a couple more drops in the garage I can pick up. And then we're going to go over to the other wing, grab the points that are there and items that are there. And then we should be good. With item gathering for now. Probably go this way, it's a little bit faster. need to get to the east wing, and then I can buy some items, because I'm going to want the sniper rifle for the next sequence of events. It's going to be almost impossible to do the next sequence with Leon with this little revolver. Mostly because you're supposed to have a sniper rifle, and it's going to be impossible to see the things I'm trying to shoot. The entire game can actually be done in under 4 hours, the full game, including the final optional boss. For the good ending, because there are 2 endings in this, spoiler alert. And one of the endings, the bad ending, you don't have to fight any bosses. You just get out, and everyone you care about dies. Including Leon. Like, Grace Ashcroft is the only survivor in the bad story. Right, there's a container in there, though, that I left for him. Go. It's filling up nicely. Is there anything else in here? No, I don't think there is. No, there's just the photos. So next up, pickups down here. And then I think we're done with this wing entirely, pretty much. Alright, so that should be all the points that are sequestered here. And now we can move on with the story, because that's everything picked up that I can remember leaving for Leon. At least I think that is. I might be missing like 1 breakable, but like 1 breakable isn't going to make that much of a difference. Picking up all these additional items, at least in my previous playthrough on classic mode, netted me like 10k. So, something in here. But there is 2 here. Oh, that one. And that one. And individually, these handgun ammos do not sell for much. However, when you have like a 50 stack, they sell for a couple hundred, as you're about to see in a second. Because, graciously, they leave me 1 here. Cool. But wait, and there's more. Sell all the ammo as well, I get almost... Okay, I'm not going to sell the medical injectors. Oh no, actually, with the hand grenades, that is like another K. So now I've got like 30k. We're going to grab the marksman rifle. I could grab body armor, but I don't think I will. Do I have enough for that? Yeah. We're going to grab that and the clatter carbine, which doesn't need upgrading at all. For this, we're going to put that on. And hold off on that. I will, however, grab an upgrade to that. Ammo upgrade to that, because those are going to be useful. We'll grab that for the tack, and then I don't think I'll be able to put anything else on the tack. Keep your charm on there. Yeah, because those are all like 7k. I should put that on him. Alright. And that's all the weapons I will need in the near future upgraded. Just gotta fiddle with my shortcuts real quick because... Put that there. Yes, it did. Okay. And then you... Put put over there. That should be a good placement of those. Alright then. 40 years later. At some point, we'll be done with constantly shifting weapons around. But it's not this day. Alright, so now that's all that done, and now we just need to get into Victor's apartment after fighting some more blister heads that are scripted. However, Mr. Missile Launcher is pleased to meet their faces. So, blister hits are a lot easier to deal with as Leon than they are with as Grease. So, right. This zombie, though, is going to try and blow me up. Reason number 65, where you don't pick up explosives when your opponent is armed with a gun. It could end very badly for you. So now we're in the office. Pro tip. See how some of these zombies have heads and some of them don't? You can preemptively make them turn into buster hits. Alternatively, if you have the infinite rocket launcher, you can just blow their bodies up and you have less that you have to deal with in the elevator scene, which is coming up ahead. Oopsies. Guess who became Red Mist? Sideshow number 55. Is that all of you? Alright. Yes. I'm well aware that missile launcher to the face ends their reign of terror. Don't think there's any more zombies with heads in here. Oh, that guy was a blister head, but he's dead. Is there something that... No, that's just a trick of the light. Okay. And last but not least, Disappearo. There will still be some blister heads that show up as you're waiting for this elevator to arrive, but it's like 1 versus 17. You do the math, whichever you want to do. If you want to deal with 17 blister heads at a time, I ain't gonna stop you, but I really don't advise that. When you could deal with just that one that's scripted and you can't actually blow up permanently beforehand. Isn't this nice, relaxing? That's his cardio for the week. Really hard cardio, huh? Alternatively, weapons you could use are the sniper rifle, or even this thing might take out blister heads. Before they turn. But the rocket launcher is just best because it just demolishes their corpse. It vaporizes them into red mist. And this is the end of this Leon segment. And now we are on to my least favorite segment, the basement. That's Grease. Now, I may die here multiple times. I don't know yet. Because I've heard that it takes... Normally it takes one shot on the girl, which is that monster that you saw in the sequence where I was not armed as Grace and had to sneak/run past. Yeah, that thing's back. And it's down here. And supposedly it takes 3 headshots and she shows up more frequently. To stun her, whereas she can insta-grab you and insta-kill you. So, I'm really, really concerned about that. However, I hope that all my damage upgrades, I hope that maybe just it's because other people didn't make full use of the damage upgrades. I know, it's probably a vain hope, but I can hope. For this segment, I'm going to want to put the ink ribbon away. Because we're going to have to grab 3, whatchamacallits. And this could end very badly, as I've said, but we'll see how this goes. Hopefully with the fire rate increase and all that, I'll be able to get through this. And you're going to get, I'm going to do this because these guys step up later and I don't want them stepping up later. Alright, skip. I hope I don't end up dealing with her soon. Because this would not be a fun place to deal with her. I mean, just dealing with the girl anytime is scary because, like, she's one of the only few things in here that can one-shot you. Without... There it is. There she is! Does stun her a bit. Oh, it really does take 3 shots for her to retreat. That's scary, but it does seem like the shots do stun her a little bit. Like they stagger her, so that might make this doable. Again, might. I'm not saying it will. I'm saying it might. At least they do affect her. It's just you have to use more than 1 bullet. In all the other modes, it's just 1 bullet, but in this one, you need 3 from this very hefty frickin' cannon that no one, like, look at the frickin' art, like, requirements in the description. It uses 12.7 by 55 millimeter. You know what you use that for? Taking out frickin' boats, planes. You don't use these normally on people. Alright, so, also fun fact. These zombies here, eventually they do get released later. But, because you have another, hey, let's carry Emily scene after I get all these. But if you simply execute most of them, you don't have to deal with them later. And now that I've made the girl disappear, I don't think she's gonna appear right away. Now, if you don't shoot, I wouldn't shoot this guy because he will eventually knock that down. I'm actually going to hemolytic convert him and get him out of here. We're gonna try and pull the head off that guy. Okay, he won't transform now. Did I pick up the battery again? I did. Okay. So the first zone, I want to put the battery anywhere there's a time you have a battery in, it lights up the section, so that helps defend against the girl somewhat. But alright, he's gonna have to get hemolytic because his head didn't pop. I have to come through here with Emily, and that could be very bad. Okay. So now, Let me think. Carefully grab that. Make another hemolytic injector, because there's another hostile that I'm going to have to use this on. Whether I want to or not. It's non-negotiable. Well, maybe not. Maybe it is negotiable. That guy's head gone? Yes, it is. Okay, well, either way I'm going to want it at some point, I'm sure. Was the knife that you should over here? It is. Cool. You can break makeshift knives down into that, and then turn them into hemolytic injectors. As long as you have enough blood. And his head's gone. Cool. Excellent. Excellent. So far, so good. But this isn't the hard part. The hard part's going to be after I take that battery out right here, because I'm going to have to take this battery out. You know what? Let's make sure... Let's go under here, because then I think that'll force What's-Her-Face to be out there. Because that zombie's going to get dragged by her and chomped on by the girl. And I think if she's over there, she can't spawn here. I hope I'm right on that. We're about to find out. Because... Okay, this is lit, so she can't drop out of that. Because that's one of her... I don't want to call it spawns, but you know what I mean. Okay, so for now... Go in here with some items. This also has the recipe for the mullet of cocktails, usually. It still does. Okay, so that stays the same. So it probably will have the acid... ones that I need later. See what's in here. It's probably just rare metals. Yeah, it's rare metal. I don't need it. Scrap, though, I will take. These zombies, I don't need anything from them, but there's stuff in here I can grab, like blood and whatnot. And that crafting kit, which will be useful. Well, it might even be useful now, because you can use, actually, I think it's like 2 Molotovs to 1 shot of this. Can actually cause her to retreat faster. You know what? I think I'm going to craft some of those, actually, right now. Keep a stack on just in case. Because this could get messy. And you know what? This is where we're going to use these transfusion bags. I think if there was a time to use them, it'd be now. Well, okay, and let's save here so I don't have to do all that stuff I've done over again, because what I'm concerned about is there's several sections where the girl just jumps in front of you in here, and if she takes that many bullets to stagger, I'm going to run into problems very quick. That's going to be useless against her. I already know that, so that can go get put away. Yeah, that I think I've done all I can prep work-wise. Let's hope this goes. Because, like, she can drop down literally right here. and I've seen it happen, and it's terrifying when it does happen. So, if you have the slot in the other one, you can still go into this room, but you can't get at the one tool you need in here. And unfortunately, you need that to progress, so could be problematic. There's also another lockpick in here in case you miss some of the others. It's actually not needed for anything because it's for that one that I already unlocked, and grab some more of this blood here. And make another mold. I should make an injector. Well, here we go. Get out of here. Okay. She did leave. Come on, let's go. And then she, yeah, see, this is what she can will sometimes do. Where she just... Unfortunately, you can't kill her. Remove it. That went smoother than I thought it was going to. Okay, now I don't need to go back this way until the escape sequence. Because there's nothing back there I need anyways. Shoot. Alright, let's throw that in there for right now. We'll take out the infusion bag, use that, because this is the time to use that. I'm actually going to craft a med injector with that, so I have a full stack of med injectors in case I need them. And we're going to save again, because I don't trust, especially where something can insta-kill me here. We're going to store that as well, because that's ultimately, I don't think that'll be useful against her. Even if I do get grabbed, I don't think you can break out of that with that, so. So now I have this tool. This tool I need because I need to open this thing right here. I'm actually going to use a hemolytic converter injector here. Grab this. Slot that one in here. Go back, grab this one. And this gives us access to the forklift key, but I have to be careful because after I remove this, she can drop. It would be very bad if she did so. Alright, cool. Now we're safe here for now. We have to go this way. Here, that, another hemolytic injector. Oh, I can actually craft that into an empty bottle? Really? Maybe I should have done an empty bottle instead. Oh yeah, just blood and scrap. Okay. Oh. That's new. Can't do that in the lower versions. The lower difficulties, so quite interesting. This should also give me some inventory space too. Now, this is the third one you need, but if I pick it up now, it shuts a door and then you can't progress. So we have to actually go all the way around. again after we get this particular forklift key. Plus, it also gives me access to another hip pouch, so I get 2 more inventory slots. The map. And I don't need any of this. This is also the point where, for the final challenge, you have to wait like 20 minutes in this room, preferably on the other side, wherein bodies have to drop into this pool for like 15 minutes. And you actually get a confirmation thing that says a ton of blood has been progressed after you do the grinder scene. There'll be a notification where it'll tell you. Scram. No one loves you. You're scary. Okay, let me correct that statement. There are some people who might love her because she's scary. I am not one of them. But I also don't play Resident Evil games for being scared. I play them for the challenge. And they certainly are challenging. Alright, this could get sketchy. Okay, quickly get this in. Okay. Since I have the light on my side here, I might as well test her for my save room. Okay, so far, so good. And now, for the second longest sequence here, we're almost done, by the way, with fighting the girl. Almost, not quite. It's this guy, and everyone in here doesn't have a head, or they're disintegrated, right? Guy down at the far end isn't, though. But I'm not gonna worry about him. He's not even, like, relevant, I don't think. I'd be shocked if he was, if they changed that. Because they haven't changed the girl drop placement. And here. Nope. Okay, and this is why we save. Yes, I understand that briefly can block her, but there's no angle there, dude. Unless... Okay, I shouldn't have used the loadout, I should have just shot her. That's probably what I should have done there. Would he break free? Yeah, okay, he's breaking 3 there. And that's a loadout. That's a, what do you call it? Another injector. But she's gonna insta-kill you regardless, so steroids are kind of useless against that. What it might be useful against it, though, is, why can't I craft... Oh, you know what? I think I know why. I need more blood, man. Do I have another blood pack in here? No. Then we're gonna toss that in there for now. Is there any, like, easy blood access I can get? I can grab the blood that's in there. Okay, then, no. Let's take that back out. Because then I could get my last shooting upgrade, and that might help the odds a little bit better. Probably not, but I can hope. I can try. How about that? We'll go with that. Oh, you know what? I could go that other route, though. I think there's an actual, like, another way into that room. And maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm just being a dunce. Because I need this joint plug. I can't do that there. Wasn't there like a... No, there isn't one there. Phooey. Well, let's craft that stabilizer first off. And use it. Increasing my damage. By speeding up. Fixing my aim. I will just have to fire as fast as I can against the girl here. See, there she is. Can I get her to come down this corridor? No. The frick is she? She sounds like she's right there. There she is. Okay, she is leaving. Cool. That gets scary. That gets scary real fast. I gotta get that light on now. Alright. Lights on. Cool. And... okay. I think that calls for a save right there. We're gonna save right there. If I can. Provided she doesn't drop out of the ceiling again and kill me here. Because I don't want to have to do that sequence again. That was one of the corners I was very much so worried about. For very obvious reasons. Alright. And we got past that. I'm almost done with one of the hardest points of this game. Because the girl is an absolute menace. I mean, the hardest part's actually probably going to be stage 3 versus the girl. This is 2, and then the final stage against her is not going to be fun. I bet you I don't have the safe code for this. Yeah, I don't even know where that safe code would be. So I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, there was a lockpick thing here. Okay, well, I didn't know that. Still learning something new every day. Actually, I shouldn't put that way. I need to make it go that way because I need to get into that little section. Preferably without getting grabbed. Okay. Okay. Now we can turn it the other way. Through this section without getting grabbed by the zombies. Hopefully that continues to stay that way. Oh, you can't use that. Then why wasn't it? Whatever. I don't care. The Molotovs certainly seem to be the least effective against her, but they are helpful as like an alternative damage dealer. So fortunately, there is a free ribbon here, because this next sequence, you have a chance to insta-die to the grinder, as you can see on the left. And yet another glorious conveyor belt of dooms scenarios. However, you need to do this in order to get that. You do not want to get grabbed in this sequence at all, because you will insta-die. However, the same is true for zombies. If zombie goes in grinder, zombie insta-dies. Get out of here. And once processing is complete, the conveyor belt will stop, and we can continue on with our journey of dealing with the girl. Because now the grinders stop and the ladders have come down. And once they yank the power, they can never turn back on again, ever. Hopefully they didn't add a girl sequence in here. I'm pretty sure they didn't, but it would be very bad if they did, because I wouldn't be expecting it. If that thought doesn't terrify you, well, it should. That's not sanitary. That is decisively not sanitary. Okay, so now we're going to do that to conserve space, because I need at least a couple of slots open. So this lever, after you pull this lever, this is the lever that you have to pull, and then it'll say one of three things. Either if you failed the challenge for the, it's called the, let me see what it's called, the final puzzle. So the first stage of that challenge was just to let a bunch of zombies in there get into the grinder. You had to wait like 20 minutes while bodies were just dropping into the blood water. At this point, you would see text that said, "A ton of blood has dropped." That's how you know you completed that segment correctly. If it just says a lot of blood is dropped or torrent of blood is dropped, then you might have failed it. Actually, I think I read that if it says a ton or a torrent, you succeeded. If it says only a lot of blood is dropped, then you failed it. So keep that in mind for when you end up doing that challenge. Since it's a 220k reward, you probably want to do it. You're going to want to do it because you can't get all the items unless you complete it. Okay. All right. So far, so good. Okay. We're going to save here because now I have access to all three. However, I still have to go back and get the one at that really difficult corner. And that's going to suck. Unless... maybe I can make this easier on myself by putting this in here and then just crawling through this crawl space. I might be able to do that. Where does this lead, actually? Oh, that just leads over that. Okay. Yeah, and that can contextually be used for something, but I'm not certain what. But I might be able to use this tunnel to avoid the girl on the way back. Because she's going to probably drop down the second I pull that plug. I almost guarantee you she will. Yeah. Alright. And run. Thank you. That was scary. Alright, cool. That worked exactly how I planned it. Yep, totally. We're going with that. We're going with that as my master plan. Yeah, run. I'm not letting you do that again. Alright, cool. This might be mission complete here. We had quite a few close scares, but we now have all three of these, and now we just have to survive the run sequence. Easier. This better be run speed. Because if not, I'm screwed. I think I have it set to auto run, so I think I might be alright. But holy cow. Did I just survive the basement? This is like the hardest. Come on. Push the pallet. Okay. And that's the sequence done. That's the basement done. Alright, cool. Okay. I only have to fight the girl one more time. And another environment like that, which will be also scary, and then I'll have the hardest part of this game done. Because the rest of it you pretty much play as Leon. And Leon gets the infinite rocket launcher, so... yeah, this is going to be terrifying. Come on. There we go. And that is okay. We win. That was actually more terrifying than the first time I did that. That was way more terrifying than the first time I did that. Holy cow. That's a save. That's an automatic, just we're saving. Okay. Oof. Alright, cool. So now I can actually leave this initial area. Probably will want to bring Freya's needle with me and Kotetsu for the next part, maybe. That's alright. That's alright. We have cleared this section. And this section was the part I was concerned with the most. I mean, I'm still concerned about the next fight with the girl, but it gives you other things to deal with the girl. So, like, it's not as... I mean... I was under the impression initially that, like, you couldn't even just headshot the girl and stun her, but you can headshot the girl and stun her. You just need a lot more Requiem bullets. Which there is one part in the final fight with the girl that might be a little concerning. Now I need to go get the helicopter keys so we can quote-unquote escape. This doesn't tell me, this doesn't have a code, does it? No, it does not. Okay, he just talks about Victor. Let's put one of those in the, I don't think I'll need those in this next that many in this next sequence, so put that away. And for those of you who have played RE8, here's your connection to RE8. Sanguis Virginis was in RE8. And Dimitre's mansion. There's actually a Dimitri skin with the deluxe edition of this game for, I don't know if I can change it right now, but I don't think I can change it here. I'd have to go to the main menu. Do I have an autosave right now? No. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I can show it later. You can find out. You can see it when you get the game. If you get the game. Yeah, no, there's a lot of, like, the older Resident Evil games, like 4, 5, and 6, and, like, this is a perfect mix between 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 7 and 8. Like, it's just an expanding upon what's already been. You get your close claustrophobia, really scary moments, you get your not as scary moments, you get it all. Okay, I'm going to save here. I don't really need to save here, but I'm going to save here anyways, just in case they throw some surprises at me. There shouldn't be any enemies in this initial first run through this area. But there will be, as you can see, because they're all in those pods, and those pods are not going to stay intact. as you might have guessed, for very long. What was that? That's an ink ribbon. I don't need ink. Helicopter key. Open the door. Cutscene with main boss. Load that, but we're also going to grab the disposal tanks. How do you do a zombie? Magic fire extinguisher. Seems legit. You might be wondering, why am I using the fire extinguisher? Because I only have 6 rounds in the chamber, and or 5 rounds in the chamber, and there's a lot more than 5 zombies in here. As you can see. And maybe there's another way I can handle it, but we're gonna do it that way to make my life a little easier. Now the escape route's open, which we are going to just run through, hopefully. These are all blister heads and they take way too many bullets, and we need to run. This is where the Marie Doll would be if you had completed the initial 15 minutes of blood work. But now we're going to get out of here because the blood level of this facility is rising terrifyingly, and that was a blister head that was live that's not normally there. Oh, that's terrifying. Come on, go through. Thank you. Stick to the left so I don't get hit by that. Come on, stop falling. Thank you. And we're out. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Alright. And now we'll be at Leon's section of this game for most of the rest of this game. It will trade back to her in a bit, but Mr. Kennedy. I mean, I guess I could have stuck with the RPG, but you might accidentally kill Graves with that, so probably not a good idea. Let's see that. Alright. Well, we're gonna go with that. Got that. Why is there a zombie up here? That's no bueno. That's not normal. Okay, that's a headshot. Good. And you're down. If I shift just slightly. Oh. Shoot. Get off her. There we go. Got him. Of course he... Oh, now they send more after me, really. Oh, that's lovely. This normally never happens. All right. That's not cool. And Mr. Chef is back from his second death. Get downed. Yeah, I should have done this in the first place. Now that in hindsight's always 20/20. Classic Kennedy. Gonna need that in a bit. Oh hey, that's not good. Lightly grazes me. Does that much damage. Oof. That's all I gotta say is oof. And that just reordered everything. Oh, well, that's fine. Go pick up all my ammo. Is there anything else I'm missing? No? Okay. Are you kidding me? Cheap. Oh, well, at least they give me a med injector for that. That's nice of them. Adios, punk. You know, Mr. Leon seems to get stuck in a boss battle in the church frequently. Just thought I'd point that out. And now, the next part that I'm concerned with, because this is the third girl fight. And this, honestly, is the more concerning of the girl fights. Because the basement wasn't as claustrophobic as this next area is about. I mean, the basement was claustrophobic, but this next area is almost as bad because of certain things that happen here. Okay. Once again, this is going in the vault. Well, actually, I have to keep that on me because I'll need it after I come out of this, if I come out of this alive. Take that. Not sure what. Yeah, that has to do with what we're about to deal with. I just shoved the wrong thing in the vault, dude. Okay. The stakeout charm isn't going to help me. Honestly, I'm not even sure if Kotetsu will help me here. I'm not going to be picking up too many things, so 3 slots should... that should be plenty of slots. Alright. Wish me luck, kids. Okay. Let's do this. It's 5 full frickin' shots into her. I agree. Just die already, indeed. You, not me. Come on. That's my chance. Maybe. Yep. And done. With that, 1, 2 more to go. Yeah, scurry off, punk. Hopefully, I'll finish this with ease. The one that I'm most concerned about is this next one. Come on, run, Grace. Run. Thank you. Because no matter what you do, she's gonna throw me at this point. Yeah. And I need to be able to stun her quick, or it's game bye-bye. Okay. See, it does let you stun her in 1 bullet here. Interesting. Alright, well, that was the part I was concerned with, and that's done. I think they must have updated this since the last video that I saw, because the last video I saw, they fired a shot into her face and she absolutely did not go down on her knee like that. Just how you know she's stunned. And that's done. So now I just gotta go upstairs and press that button. And that was actually way easier than I thought that was going to be. Way easier than I thought that was going to be. I thought this was going to be like pulling teeth. But it was not. There it is. Go. And that's the end of the girl. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Whew. That is the hardest part of this game now done. Not even joking. Like, that is the hardest part of this game done. And from here on out, it's going to be Leon for quite a long time. Pointless. But that's okay. Alright, and now Leon has the Requiem back. Even though the Requiem is actually inferior to this monster. But unfortunately, Requiem can't actually be sold. I mean, you can sell it, but it's worth 0 points, as you can see. So, I'm not going to do that. Especially because there's a point coming up where I'm really going to want this piece of junk upgraded. At least 2 upgrades into that. That's fine, that doesn't need any upgrades. That needs upgrades, so hold off, and I'm not going to bother upgrading it. You know what, I will get rid of sell the Requiem. There's no point in having it. I like Ghost Grudge better as a hand cannon, and quite frankly, I've got the RPG for bosses, so I see no point in getting it. Oh, he put zombies in this initial part. Interesting. Also, there are adaptive triggers, and the Requiem's adaptive trigger versus Ghost Grudge's. I like Ghost Grudge's feel more. Like the trigger tuning's more, I just like this gun more. I know that statistically it actually has worse stats, but oh wow. Normally there's not zombies in this initial part, so that's kind of interesting. So they give you more kills. More points for kills here. That is interesting. Alright, is that everything in Cafe Oasis? It is. Alright. This is bothering me, so once again, I'm afraid we are going to be doing a sorting session. Because my OCD cannot handle this. Not that I am necessarily highly OCD, but like, this is an inefficient waste of space and it annoys me. If that's not reason enough, well, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Terrible thing to say, but facts. Because the reality is most of this other stuff is going to just get sold. I don't care now. Now that that's mostly sorted, I don't care about the rest of this. Alright, cool. What the frick was that thump? That was terrifying. See, there's not even... That's one of the ways this changes things up. There's not supposed to normally zombies here now. There's a whole bunch of zombies here, so that's interesting. I mean, they're points, so I will take the points. I take those. That's a bunch of items. Alright, so now that's in pretty good shape. That needs 18k, that doesn't need an upgrade, and that needs way too much points. Alright, now we can continue on. Which is why I have this one and this one. Like, if I need rapid fire capabilities, which I will very shortly here. Like, I have that, and these two just don't need upgrades. They don't have upgrades, they don't need upgrades, and they're fairly powerful weapons for what they are. Alright. As you can see, there's cobwebs. To remind you of something. It should, for those of you who've played RE1. This was a dead giveaway for anyone who played the original Resident Evil. As it should have been. For those of you who've guessed it, yes, there is another spider boss now in the game. Unfortunately, he can't be killed in this hallway because he has to knock me through a wall. It's complicated. Like, that has to happen because of where you end up next. However, and here's the one place where having this assault rifle comes in handy. Alternatively, you can just do this. It's really up to you. Even though I can insta-kill the boss, I'm going to try and grab the ammo for points before I kill the boss. Oh, that's terrifying. Yeah, if you're an arachnophobic, this game... I'm not, but I know people who are. And, yeah. This would be a moment for them. Alright, seems like it's time to bid our dear friend the spider farewell. Bye-bye, Mr. Spider. Have nice as a pile of rubble. Staring at me with its one beady eye that's left. Oh. I can't go that way yet, so... through here. I think, quite frankly... I'm trying to think, actually, whether I actually even need the sniper rifle. I mean, it's something to upgrade, so I might as well keep it. I think I'm actually going to rush through this section, because A, getting everything's long, and B, I really don't need points. I don't know how else to explain this. I really don't need the points. Because, as you can see, I'm getting massive amounts, and by the time I'm even halfway through this, most of these weapons are going to be maxed anyhow, so... Yeah. You know, I haven't tried the Redemption yet. I'm actually probably going to grab this just because I haven't tried it. And I'm probably actually going to sell the Marksman because anything the Marksman can do, the RPG can do better, first off. Second off, I don't think this even needs upgrades. It doesn't, see? So which one has more firepower? The Ghost Grudge does. Okay. Well, then that answers that question. Is that the teddy bear? Okay. Oh. I will, however, grab the herbs because it's pretty much all I'm going to need here is the herbs. Oh, I could sell that grenade. I should sell that grenade. I'm not going to need grenades here. Alright, now that that's done, I can save as him. I actually kind of want to try out this other hand cannon, which uses rifle ammo. Not that I need rifle ammo. Oh, this is a one-shot too? Interesting, interesting. Ooh, but that is a very tight spread. That's very accurate. Huh. I did say I was going to rush through here, however, I will grab these things that are in here. Because I can almost guarantee you I probably will end up needing healing items. Yep, just casually crawl out of it. Is that a machine gun I just heard? Yes, that is a machine gun I just heard, and I just blow backed myself. Okay, so BSAA zombies up there that weren't there before. Terrifying. However, nothing we can't handle. Ooh. Big squish. If I had to rate the squish, it was a pretty big squish. Can I even go over? Can I even drop down here safely? No, I cannot. Okay, that's what I thought. Oops, this part. How you doing? Reason number 36. Why you bring a shotgun? Dang, dude. I'm actually clearing through this run pretty quick. I mean, I've cleared through these runs quicker, but alright. Mr. Fast Hands Pistole Kennedy. Let's once again seize the day. By any means necessary. You know, the reload on this is pretty quick too. But I think I still prefer the Ghost Ridge. Time to blow through this quick. Just to get the map point so that I remembered it, where it's at. Yeah, they should have been wiped out by that missile. Okay, let's make some herbs, because I will need all of those. And I did it again. I'm not worrying about it anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I've got the quick select. The OCD is just gonna have to be OCD. It's one. Red Mist Express. Ooh. Dead on. Okay, this is one thing that the sniper rifle does do better, but hear me out. I still got them. Alright, cool. Distributor. 分配器を入手した。あと2つ回収すれば起爆装置ができる。了解。そこから周囲を確認できる。BSAA の拠点。信号解析機はあそこだな。軽電機はあそこか。楽しい遠足になるぞ。よし、パーツの回収に向かう。ゲートを爆破する。了解。私も BSAA について調べる。Yeah, you look into the BSAA in the meantime. Sherry Birkin. Just gonna casually name drop that Sherry Birkin's in here. Okay. And that's the only one I actually have to max out. Okay. Think we're gonna get rid of the Redemption. It's a cool little toy, but ultimately, I'd much rather have this maxed out and just have multiple maxed out weapons. Also, actually, do I even really need to max that out? I don't think I do. Come to think of it. So now I can just rush through the rest of the story because the one gun that I need maxed out is that shotgun specifically. And before you ask, do I actually need it maxed out? The answer is there's a sequence where it's really helpful. So yes, I do technically need it maxed out. But that is neither here nor there. Dupe, and I'm not hitting that button ever again. We're done hitting the button. Right. I need to go here next. What was it? Oh, yeah, this guy. That was supposed to be the stealth tutorial, because Leon can sneak up behind things. However, why sneak up behind when you can just emulsify them in, you know, red mist? I don't see the point. But initially, when you don't have the red mist factory, also known as the RPG, the infinite RPG, that is, you might want to use the snake attack. But for the sake of brevity, we're not going to do that. Oh, there's more in the water. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Okay, that's dangerous. Dang, this is why you don't rush in. And sewer facility in here. Just that. Oh, okay, it's just a throwable. Alien can pick up zombie weapons or just weapons lying around and throw them at zombies, but only if there's zombies in close proximity. Let's check to make sure the landing zone's clear. Red Mist Special. You can open these crates, but considering how there's zombies in places there shouldn't normally be zombies, I'm not opening them. Oh, frickin'. Man, those guys instantly turn into blister heads. Yeah, insanity difficulty is a little bit harder, is significantly harder than the next highest difficulty, but if you do the right prep work, it's not too bad. It's actually pretty easy. For veterans of the series. Which I happen to be one, having played the original RE trilogy. Not when it came out, but later when they remastered it. When they remade it for PS4 or whatever. And my first one was number 4. Resident Evil 4 and 5. In case anyone's wondering, I like 6 better than both. That sounds like heresy, but that's the reality. I'm actually liking this one way better than 6, though. Like, 6 had moments where it felt too actiony, but this feels tense. Up until you get the unlimited weapons, and then everything is, well, it still can be tense, because you can still instantly die. So, take that however you want to take that, I suppose. Red Mist 1. Red Mist 2. Now I have to hold this. Once you get about the third of the way, you can drop it, and then pop it. Now we're going to finish this, because this is actually going to be a bridge that gets us out of this zone. Those things, if you pop those blisters near other zombies, will turn them immediately into blister heads. Fortunately, the RPG takes them out in one shot because they are technically a boss class enemy. And I can probably still use that safely there. So I have no interest in dealing with an eternity of blister heads. Oh, hey. Buddy. Red Mist Supreme. I mean, quite honestly, having the infinite weapons is better because it affects Grace's weapons, so I would grab infinite weapons before I grab the infinite RPG, just because it gives you unlimited freaking hand cannon ammo in that initial sequence. And you're gonna want that because you only get normally like 6 bullets at most in a segment. So if you do buy the game and you do intend to be a completionist of the challenges and platinum it, which I don't think this is really that hard to platinum at all, because the hardest challenge in here, quite frankly, is only... It's only challenging if you don't look up a guide, to be quite honest. Like, you can do it on casual, so it's not even that big a deal. Like, a lot of dead BSA guys here. Alright. Okay. Let's get that bridge back to the main BSA camp up first. I mean, I could go back and probably do something with that, but I'm not going to. We're just going to get all the parts and save before we quit. Save before we end this area. Honestly, like I said, at this point, I don't even really need to be picking up things anymore because I'm maxed out on points. Unless I decide to pick up another weapon to max it out, which I don't think I'm going to. Alright, you know what? No, because you can turn into a blister head and that would be inconvenient in this next sequence. Let's just keep going. I'm not even going to bother picking stuff up at this point. Like, we're at the end game, basically. Yeah, you can't nom on my noms if you're Ditto. The ankle biter zombie, the most annoying thing in here. It bites your ankles from around the corner. Not even that annoying. Oopsies. I hear that you need a zombie exterminator. Ow. Get away from that RP, Chainsaw is instant death. Everyone involved. Namely me. You can pick up the chainsaw and use it, but honestly, why would I do that when I can just one-shot things? Is that everyone? Except for this guy? Oh, I missed. That's not good. Oh. That guy, too, is now deceased. Again. Multiplically deceased. I give up. I give up on figuring it out. And now, I have a gas can. What? And magically, the gas is still good, despite it being 30 years since Raccoon City last had fresh gas, and, you know, somehow magically it didn't get blown up by the nuke. That's why I say, sometimes I feel like certain segments of this were just written by AI. But then again, Resident Evil is not really necessarily one of those believable video games. Like, it's got that Japanese silliness where it's just ridiculous. And this is one of those moments. I do like Leon's coat and gloves. Those are some... Normally he doesn't wear these. This is a costume setting. He wears this usually at the beginning, but I liked it so much I decided to keep it on all the time. I don't need to go that way, but for the sake of using the gas can up, we're gonna activate it, because I'm not gonna end up going that way. That's not where one of the parts are. Alright, I need to clean up my inventory real quick, so we're gonna go sell some stuff. And then we're off to fight the BSA zombie army. Yes, there's a BSA zombie army. No, Chris Redfield is not part of this army. Since, as you'll hear later, the BSA North American branch is moving independently of, well, itself. Do I even really need to upgrade this? I might want to upgrade the durability just in case, but I don't think I need. Holy cow, 80k. That's freaking scary. I don't really need to upgrade that because the RPG is just going to one-shot that guy anyways. I might want to grab some body armor, however. I think I will spend money on body armor. Yeah, I don't think I need any of that. Alright, let's save here, because I have one of the detonator parts. But also, more importantly, there's another detonator part here in the camp that I'll need to fix one of them later. So might as well open this one. Quite frankly, this is the only BSA container. There's technically 3 others that you need to open, because this is the next sequence, is the motorcycle sequence. Again, it feels like they took a lot of just things from like the best Resident Evils, like things that are in like all the good ones, like 5, like 4, like 2, and just shoved them all together in 9 in a different story with a different layout, but familiar and yet different at the same time. No noms for you. This is the anti-numb breed. We don't allow numbing. It's against the law. You follow law? Nope. Not in this game. Pretty sure just using this against undead civilians is a war crime. I'd say it's never a war crime the first time, but this isn't the first time for Mr. Scott Kennedy. So I don't think that line applies here. Alright, in order to progress, I gotta hit the lever, which the lever's down there. No machine gun for you. No machine gun for you. No machine guns for all of you. And there's always a crank. Always. I can't think of the last time there's been a Resident Evil without a crank. Hang on a sec. Okay. Kaboom. In case you're wondering, this weapon is not anti-personnel, it's anti-existence. Mr. Scott Kennedy, I'd like to inform you that just your very existence is a war crime. I'm not a war crime, I'm a federal agent. I don't know of any federal agent that wields RPGs regularly, infinitely, and uses them on civilian targets. I don't. Well, like 90% of the CIA, for example. You know, he has a point there. And the mortar sequence, yes, I don't want to... Alright. You down? That's one. There are 3 mortars in this zone. Can I hit that from here? Well, we're about to find out. I didn't get points, so he's not hit. But they do have limited range, so some people were just like, oh, well, there's something else, but that's what those are. Those are mortars. And I have never gotten direct impacted by this thing, but I don't want to find out if it insta-kills you or not. Yeah, that was close. That landed real close. That hit him. If not, aim for the barrel. I think he's dead with that. He has to be. Well, the music's clearing up, so I think I got him. I think I got him, Jonesy. But magically, he gets back up on that one. See, I feel like that's intentional. Oh, you're gonna jump down here? Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Come on. Come on. Alright, you know what? I don't have time for this. You can also, fun fact, hop in here and fire mortars, so it's the only way to clear this particular piece of rubble that I found. Which gives you access to something else. And here's the part that you needed the repair kit for. Combine, repair, and now I have 2 of the 3 parts. Yay. Now, unfortunately, all the noise attracted more locals who have joined us just to become Red Mist. Now you can fall back and actually use the mortars against these zombies, turning the tables on this sword, but there's no need to when you have an infinite rocket launcher, so Mr. Kennedy wins again. Payback for his cousin JFK. Well, they've never actually said that he's related, so. Alright, so now we got one more part we gotta collect. Now, alternatively, there's a couple areas you can actually go to grab more junk, but because I already have 45k worth of points, I'm not going to bother with that. Like, I have the things I need, the one gun that I need to upgraded, which is the shotgun. And it's only because I can't use the RPG in that segment without killing myself that I'm upgrading that. You know what? Screw it. I need something to invest points into. Because after body... Oh, there's a body armor level 3 in this. Never mind. I stand corrected. I didn't know there was a body armor level 3 because there's not one in, like, any of the other modes. So that's the first time I've actually seen a body armor level 3. Let's get rid of the herbs, because these take up more... Is that going to be enough to grab that? I think that is. No. Okay, I need 5k more. Ugh. Well... I passed the point that I need. I think I am actually past the point that I need that. And that's what we're going to do there. The clatter carbine's nice, but I can always get that back later. Relatively soon. I can get that back relatively soon if I actually do need it. And I don't think I'm going to need it. So now we got to go get that last one. And this is actually the trickiest part of Leon's because you can instantly die here by falling through a glass floor. No, I'm not joking, and yes, that is kind of slightly annoying, but there's a way around it, which I'm about to teach y'all. There you go, there's some Midwestern accent, y'all. Alright, did you see this down building? We're going to be climbing that. Mr. Leo and I can jump farther than the human body can move Kennedy. That's usually points, so no reason not to grab it. At 42k points just for a slight detour, I'd say it's worth it. This Kennedy 1 moving in. Alright, so I'm going to be real clear with y'all. I'm actually terrified of heights. So you would never see me doing this ever in real life, even if my life depended upon it. I'd refuse. There goes that. Hope no one needed, whatever that was. Mr. Super Jump Kennedy. I didn't realize he was a Mario character, but apparently he is, because I think that jump is actually physically impossible for normal people. Now let's see if they change the elevator sequence. Because if I do, I'm not going to have a lot of time to react. And this could also lead to instant death. Okay, that one's still the first one to go. Alright, cool. And then the second one goes. Definitely don't want to get hit by that. That would be squishy squishy. And now for the part where you can instantly die. Yeah. Fortunately, so can the zombies. Why is this important? Because there is a zombie that carries a suicide zombie with a hand grenade. But if you shoot out this plane, you get off the rock glass floor immediately, and I heavily advise doing so. Because if that glass breaks while you're under it, bye-bye you. Crap, that's not good, that's not good. Pardon me, excuse me, coming through. I don't want to get blown to smithereens, thank you. I'm the one who does the smithereening here, sir. Alright, you know what? You mean to tell me that wasn't enough? Well, take that. This is frickin' something you use to punch holes in frickin' aircraft carriers. I was one shot from that to the head, not enough. If a normal person took that to the head, they wouldn't have a torso left, let alone a head. Like, I'm just throwing that out there. That may be graphic for some, but I sincerely assure you that the one surviving a 12.7 by 55 millimeter cartridge to the dome, it's not happening. There's not a dome left. There's not even a torso left. You're lucky if there's legs still attached to something remote resembling human genetics at that point. And now we'll quietly buy back my clatter carbine, even though I'm pretty sure it's not going to be useful for the rest of this entire thing. I might as well just max out this. I don't think I need to, but whatever. Alright. The part I'm going to need this shotgun for is coming up very shortly. What's really cool is they had like suppressed weapons for like the first time since RE4. The last time they had a suppressed gun was Wesker in a RE4 DLC in the original RE4. It was either that or in mercenary mode. I don't remember which, but I think it actually was a DLC that they had for the original RE4, because if memory serves me correctly, he was there to rescue Ada Wong, which I guess they didn't add that back in the remake. Why, I don't know, but whatever. Probably because I didn't want to include the voice actor for Wesker again. Okay. So, in this area you can technically snipe out these 3 zombies, but, as you know, anything the sniper rifle can do, rocket launcher does better, so why would I bother? Fire effective, direct on target. Alright. Mr. Leon Scott Kennedy, after surviving how many Resident Evils? 2, 4, 6. So, 3 Resident Evils. This is just a casual stroll. Technically more than that if you count the remakes separately, because 2 and 4 have been remade. So, you know, I'll leave it up to your discretion. Oh, this sounds scary. It's about to be scary. For them. I heard you liked Red Mist Express. Oh, you're gonna run at me? Well, that's a mistake. I still have top score. Now, these zombies are slightly smarter than the original trilogies. Like, they kind of like Las Plagas. They talk a bit, which I think is kind of cool. It gives them a little bit of character. And what would otherwise be really boring. Like, I mean, not boring in, like, you know, zombies aren't boring, but, like, you know what I mean. Like, it gives them a different character that they just simply did not have in the originals. It's like, oh, zombie. The points where you were like, oh, this is scary is when you got jumped by, like, the frogs there, the hunters, or the friggin' dogs around the corner. Those were freaking scary. Or the crocodile boss, or the spider boss. I could go on. I won't, but I could. Let's get this shortcut unlocked. I guess I can sell some stuff here. $600 to max that out on the tier. You only get that tier 3 of upgrade after you find all the Mr. Raccoons, so like the collectibles challenge is actually worth doing in this one. And you need it for the platinum, which I'm literally 2 trophies away from getting. I bought this Monday. I've almost platinumed this by Friday. So, fun fact. But that's on par for Resident Evil. Like, it usually takes less than a week to platinum. Like, RE8 was the same thing. Are they challenging? Yes, but if I had to pick which is more challenging, I'd say RE8. RE8 was a lot more challenging for me because they didn't allow me to use infinite rocket launcher on the hardest difficulty and infinite ammo. Which, I'm thankful that they do allow me to use it on this because, quite frankly, it was actually way more stressful on that, and I don't need more stress in my life. Oh, that would have been bad if that hit. If. Never bring a chainsaw to a high-intense artillery fight. It's called anti-material for a reason, douche nozzle. Oh, you're gonna swing at me? See previous comment. Whoa. At least I don't have a little girl screaming, "Peon, help," the entire time. Like in 4, which, to be fair, they did make that far less annoying. So, I give them props for that. And somehow this voice actor, even though it's the newer voice actor, sounds a lot more like 6's voice actor. At least I think this is the newer voice actor from 2 that just talking, like, doing a deeper voice. Maybe it was the same voice actor. I don't know. But I haven't actually looked at the casting. But he definitely sounds like RE6's voice actor. Shoot, do I even want to grab one of those? Is there a point to grabbing this again? No, there is not, because the only point that it was actually useful was that one sniping scene, and we're past that. And you could use it here in some parts, but this, as usual, is another elevator scene. Hence, why we need the shotgun. I can use the RPG to deal with some of these window zombies, but they will eventually get down on top of me, and that would be mess. It's going to be a mess. I like how the Japanese Kennedy is just like frickin' Ronin style. Sounds kind of like a Japanese Ronin from like, I don't know, Joseph Yote or something. Could you fire the shotgun? You have rounds in the thing. Like, come on. Oh, that's not good. And you can block things, but, well, I guess you can use it without killing yourself. Oh, well. Live and learn. I still think that it's a very bad idea, but, you know, whatever. Anyone else? Okay, yeah, there's a lot more houses. Oh, elevator sequence done. This is my lucky day, because you heard the term fish in a barrel? Well, these are zombies in a barrel right here. I think at this point you were supposed to run, but I'm gonna let you all know I didn't run in this point at all, and slaughtered all of them because they're just walking points at this point. They were walking points the first time, so... Y'all done spawning? Cool. Keep your hands to yourself. Thank you. Alright. Alright, and that's all the detonator parts, so... Even though I have points, there's nothing to use them on, we might as well just keep moving on. To the motorcycle fight. And now time for more Leon superhuman antics that don't make sense. Motorcycle version. Resident Evil has that sort of kung fu, like, just non-believability to it that's kind of amusing. Just a few potholes. Yeah, I think that's more than a few potholes there, Mr. Kennedy. And now the main villain has decided he is not only going to sick giant freaking wolves on us. Oh hey, they take a lot more damage too. I like it. Don't try this at home, kids. You'll fall over, most likely on the bike. So I hear you like... Oh. Nope. Down, boy. Dogs. Why's it always got to be dogs? Technically, they're wolves. I don't care. Those are dogs. who can actually yank you off the motorcycle if I were to let them, so it's not you're not just shooting them for no reason. Yeah, you're not firing that rocket launcher when you're getting shot at, pal. Ain't happening. Oof. Come on, Mr. Kennedy, let's go. No, you don't. And now time for Leon's superhuman shenanigans. Would like to point out this is not how gravity works. At that angle, you would not be going up the building. But, you know. Now that I pointed it out, it still is a freaking cool badass scene, though. Can't deny that. Mr. Scott Kennedy. And now, the ultimate showdown. Why are we playing Joust all of a sudden? Is it because it's a 90s film? Yeah, because it's a 90s film. A 90s game. Actually, it's probably more like 60s or 70s or 80s. But, you know, whatever. And here we come to nostalgia, bane of Leon's existence. RPD. Yes, this is Raccoon City. No, I'm not joking. They decided to go back here. For some reason, it's not heavily irradiated. I leave you to make up your own personal decisions on how that's possible. Or it is, and Leon's just gonna die anyways, so you might as well take the radiation. Again, I still think that the actor playing Leon in this one is the same guy who was playing the 2 and 4 remake, rather than the original 6 actor, I think. But I could be mistaken, so if someone wants to correct me, that you can, because I'm not certain whether that is the case or not. But it seems to me like that's the case. Hey, Lieutenant Brenna. Kennedy reporting for duty. And yes, there are still zombies in RPD, despite the missile not supposedly a nuclear missile hitting it. Again, I don't think it was nuclear for a variety of reasons that are explained in the actual story that I'm not going to spoil for you. Intentionally, anyways. Because now we're just gonna move on through here, because there's, quite frankly, stuff to do here, but, like I said, I don't need to do it because I don't need the points. Now we come to my second least favorite point of this game, because you have no weapons to deal with this, and it's creepy. And it feels like they just kind of threw this in here, which is why I feel like it was written by A.A. Slop. So, as much as I really do like this story, don't get me wrong, but there are points in this story that feel like they just threw it in there to throw it in there. And this is one of them. Yeah, now I'm playing this little girl in 1990 of February, the month before I was born. Yeah, crazy red-eyed clones, terrifying. And naturally, all you can do is run and hide, because that is just such a wonderful feeling. It's not. It's kind of annoying. I don't like scenes like this. I get that they're creepy, and they are terrifying, but I don't enjoy them, because after the first time, it's like, oh, this is how you get through it. It's just boring and time-consuming. However, it is mildly terrifying. Especially the first time through. Because these things are atrocious looking. I am now actually watching the frickin' comments, so if you want to talk in a live chat, feel free to do so. Just be respectful of all people involved. Probably should have been checking that from the get-go, but there's only 2 of you in here, and let's face it, I'm pretty sure one of you is at least Sanrio. So. Yeah, aren't those creepy-looking, lobotomized, red-eyed clones? Like, what was the point of putting them in here? Other than just to have a creepy moment in the midst of all the action. I suppose that was the reasoning. And it is terrifying. I tell you, I ended up dying here because they might have changed up the movement of these things. I hope they didn't, because we're back at Raccoon City Orphanage from 2, where Sherry had to escape. I didn't like it when they had put this in Raccoon 2, because I don't remember that being in the original, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't in the original. It was something that they added. I thought it was neat the first time, but they've done this like multiple times now. I think we can stop doing this. But that's just my opinion. Other people might disagree, because they actually probably like these sequences. I'm not one of them. Sorry. Alright. You might be wondering why I'm hiding here. You'll see in like 2 seconds. 1. Okay, 1 second. I lied. Yeah, that's just, it's just creepy. I wouldn't say it's scary, it's just creepy. Which I guess that is what Resident Evil's known for, but like, come on. This is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th playthrough of this, which means I've had to do this 5 consecutive times. Which you really could shorten this down to 4 and get all the achievements done, maybe. But you would have to know exactly what you need to do for the final puzzle. And you have to do a minimum 2 playthroughs to do the final puzzle challenge. Here they seem to get stuck there. So like you have to go like back in and out. It's just annoying because I'm not sure what triggers them moving on to the next room. We're gonna go back to the hidey spot and then head back and see if they're out of the way. I'm not sure if it's time or if just moving all the way out there moves them. Moving all the way out there seems to move them. Okay. So far, this has stayed the same, thankfully, because technically this is a video recording that the main protagonist is watching. Both main protagonists are technically watching from a distance. So, like, even if they changed it, there's nowhere else to hide. So, like, if they did change it, I'd be at a loss as to how to proceed. So I'm glad they didn't change that. At least not thus far. And is this where I hide? Or do I have to go further to trigger that? Yep, I had to go further to trigger that. That's what that was. When you're completing this in under 4 hours, I completed it in like 3 hours and 22 minutes, which was like 38 minutes to spare. But this scene is what takes one of the scenes that takes the longest. Simply because most of it, you're literally just hiding for the entirety of it. So, I mean, it is kind of cool to see Raccoon City Orphanage in a different context, but like, first off, these things are really creepy looking, and second off, I just don't enjoy scenes like this. Because though they are scary the first time, like, I know I'm repeating myself here, but like, I just don't enjoy these types of things. Which are relatively new to the series. But that's okay. We're almost done with this. We're about halfway done. Yep, and down we go. I wonder where we're headed. First off, I'd also like to point out she's probably crying because her feet hurt on this freaking tree. I would not want to be barefoot on this sort of train. And I'm pretty sure she is barefoot. Yeah, she is. And she just stepped on a Tonka truck. Ow. It's like stepping on a Lego in the morning. That you can't see because the lights aren't on. Okay. Oh, look at that. I wonder whose symbol that is. Because this is 1990, mind you. This is one of these flashbacks that actually is pointless. Like, there's no story context, actually, meaningful story context to be derived from this. Ironically. Like, it's just a sequence that instantly turned into this. For whatever reason. Because they decided they need to break up the action with some tension. I guess. I really think they just had an AI writing the script for this. Because they ran out of ideas. However, this does seem to be the final return to Raccoon City and Umbrella, because The title Requiem seems to suggest that they're done with the era of Umbrella. And we're moving on to the era of the connections, which is what we thought we were getting when we got 7, but then 8 had Umbrella references and 9 had Umbrella references. And we're probably not done because they're still going to do a Code Veronica remake, because Code Veronica was actually very important to the timeline. So they need to actually remake Code Veronica, and that will actually be really good as well. I mean, this is still a really good Resident Evil entry. Despite my critiques of it, I do think this was one of the better Resident Evils. I personally just don't enjoy sequences like this. But that's just me, and other people might. You know, that's why these sequences exist for. And look who it is! Oswald E. Spencer was actually the one who owned the orphanage. Wow. Shocker. And that's just showing that they're all clones of Grace. Which is why we're skipping the story. You can find that out, figure that out for yourself why that's relevant. Okay. And yes, if you're wondering, am I getting chased by Mr. X again? Yes. The answer is yes. Why? Because Mr. X is actually a tyrant, or super tyrant, as they later called him, and quite frankly, they're not gone. They just haven't been used recently in recent Resident Evils. I wonder. I think I tried this. I think that'll stagger him, but I don't think that stops him here. He can't die here. Also, if you have the deluxe edition, there is a specific charm you get and specific files that don't count towards the all files collectible trophy. So the deluxe edition for this was kind of worth it, but it's really up to you whether or not you want to get it. Like for like Meryl to Mommy and all this, like this is actually Meryl Brenning, and no, she didn't make it, but much like her father didn't make it. But and here down there is the parking garage, which there's no reason for me to go down there, but other than to collect, there are items down there, but like they're not important items, so we're just gonna keep moving on. And as usual, the Okendo gun shop, like it was in 2 and 3, except this time we get to go behind where Kendo, a lot of ash on the ground. Hi Kendo, bye Kendo. Literally the remains of Kendo. And his daughter. Which, you know, it is what it is. Alright. Save, yes. Because, are you ready for the longest boss fight in here? Just when you thought the girl was bad enough. Actually, the girl's far worse than this guy. It's a Mr. X rematch. So long a boss fight. Much rarer. I mean, I am impressed. This is a clever reuse of assets. I will give them that. That's how they were able to get 9 out so quickly after 8. which normally would have probably taken much longer because 8 was in development for, well, I think, longer than 9. Well, actually, no. Let me think about that. Maybe 9 was in development longer than 8 because they were trying new technologies. I mean, it definitely seems a much, like, the graphic fidelity in this is really good, I would argue. But Resident Evil games are always usually pretty good when they first come out, so. And I felt like this is less grainier than 8, maybe I'm wrong, but, like, it looks far more sharp, crisp, details-wise. I think that's because 8... I could be mistaken on this. Oh, wow, they have these things here. That's not normal. Dang facehuggers. Oh, there's more of them. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna clean them all out at once. Man, I wish they gave those on the normal modes. That's a lot of ammo that I have no need for now. Ah, Mr. Kennedy and trains. He just loves trains. Whether he actually loves trains or not, but he spends a lot of time in them. Because in every RE that he's been in, there's been a train. Not joking. Well, it's been a while since we've had an RE with these things. How is that not dead? That is a lot chunkier in this one. Way chunkier than they are in the other modes. I may have to try and use this instead to clear those. I think the last time we had a plant fight was in 2. So, you know, having another plant fight in 9. Just nostalgia, really. And there'll be another plant fight when they have the Code Veronica remake, which I think this is also kind of foreshadowing. Because, like, they most likely will be doing Code Veronica next. Okay, so when it opens its mouth, one shot's enough to take it out with this, and that makes sense. It was indeed designed to punch holes in aircraft and freaking ships. So yeah, planes, bombers, you name it. I don't even know why I keep selling stuff. I'm at 100,000. I could probably grab my Requiem and upgrade it now. Just so you have an idea of how expensive these upgrades get. That's half of that right there. And the max on that is 100,000. Oh. Like, oh. I mean, I might as well just upgrade it to at least spend points into something. Why did I go up here? I didn't need to go up here. It's just ammo. I don't need ammo. I have unlimited ammo. We're just gonna keep moving forward carefully, because you know what? I don't got time for you. Adios. What was that? Oh, there's a BSAA zombie in here. See this? This is what throws you off, is the freaking BS. There's normally just plant monsters in here. And then they just throw BSA monsters in the mix. That's what makes Insanity mode different. I mean, it makes sense, but like, kinda, sort of, not really, but you know, like. How good of you to just stand there and do nothing. How gracious. Adios. No more plant. Mr. Kennedy, you are an expert weed remover. What's your opinion on this? You're not using enough RPG. Sir, if we use an RPG, the house is gone. You're not using enough RPG. RPG, the new everything cleaner upper. It'll clean up everything real good. Vaporize it. Yep. Germs, you don't have to worry about that. There's not going to be a house left after you find this thing. RPG, a Leon Kennedy product. And now we are at ARC. Top secret, somehow still functioning despite supposed atomic bomb going off under Raccoon City. I mean, to be fair, have you seen how many miles under the ground this thing is? An atomic bomb probably could go off, and you wouldn't feel it. The radiation would kill you before the bomb would. Most likely, if the radiation can even penetrate that far down. So, you know, I have a valid point, me. That was a valid point, me. I appreciate that so much. Do you really? No. Moving on. So now, actually, if you thought those guys were tough enemies, the toughest enemies in here are humans. Fun fact. So you have, like, everything under the sun you're fighting here. Because guess who makes a guest star appearance? The Umbrella Squad of Doom. I'm not joking. You know, Umbrella, that company that no longer exists? Yeah, well, they have, apparently, top secret guards that survived the company's downfall that do exist. Who are they working for? I can only assume the connections, but it's never explicitly stated, so... And they never explain it either, so... You know, that's the thing I love. They just, like, drop bombshells on you and they don't explain anything in this game. So... And it works. That's the funny part. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. No, see, that almost took up my health, entire health bar, without trying. Alright, you know what? That's fine. Fun fact, there's also a peek mechanic in this game, in case you were wondering. Yes, they have somehow a peek mechanic in this game. Does it make sense? Well, only for this particular sequence. Is that all of them? Are they all dead? There should be 3 bodies. 1, 2... Is that 3 in there? 3. Okay, I did kill all 3 here. Alright, cool. Now, for the rest of their squad. Well, I added a liquor to the mix. Maybe they'll take each other out. Maybe. That wasn't intentional. That was the RPG. But that just proves to you that RPG is pretty good at quite a few things. I'm really burning through most of my healing. Right there. I hope that's all the human enemies, because bullets really hurt in this game. As they should. Did I get them all? Are we done? I RPG'd like 2 groups of enemies. Yes, okay, we're done. And before people say, oh, I wonder if one of those was Hunk, that is not Hunk. You want to know how I know this? Because you're about to find out. Now, I will caveat this with saying it's never explicitly said that this individual is Hunk. However, I'll let you decide for yourself on that. Right after I finish tuning up this really expensive handgun of Doom that, by all accounts, shouldn't exist. Why? For kicks, I guess, because... However, I'm also about to insta-kill this next boss, so... If, or be insta-killed, one of two. There's no between. Yeah, question mark indeed. Wears Hulk-shaped gas mask? Check. Has machine gun on his back? Check. Uses a lot of melee attacks? Also check. Oh! Oh wow. Oh, that was... Whew! I should not have lived that. That was a surprise attack. I was surprise attacked by hostile forces. That took all my body armor out. Holy cow. Well, they did say backup was on the way. That was backup. Actually... you know what? I should actually repair my body armor because I have reasons for doing so, even though running back here is kind of a waste of time. It's not really, because the next segment... the next time I end up playing Leon, I'm going to want that body armor. Mostly to protect from the backdraft of my RPG route. Mostly. Where's the body armor repair shop? There we go. Got a few more green herbs. I'm probably need those too. Ironically, this and this fire the same round. Don't ask me how that makes sense, but it makes sense. But we'll use this because I like my snip nose. And that was a key pivotal story moment that we will be skipping over because get the game for yourself and then decide whether you want to play. And now we're back as Grace, trying to find a way out of the dump that we have fallen down into. Together, as Leon Scott Kennedy is dying from infection, slowly. Yes, he was infected at the beginning of this, and that's the whole reason he was involved in this. No, I'm not going to tell you what he's infected with. You have to find that out for yourself. Because it is a pivotal story point. Actually, I would argue. Whee! Splat. Now that's the end of Grace Ashcroft. Now remember I said I'm going to want this on my person because I no longer have the Requiem. so I can't just hand cannon my way to victory like I did prior to. However, I don't have to deal with the girl, so I really don't need the hand cannon for this segment at all. Quite frankly, what I have on hand will be more than sufficient. Should be more than sufficient. Actually, how much power does that have? Enough. Enough. And even if that's not enough, we're going to be getting some bottles up ahead. You might ask, bottles? Why do bottles matter? Well, you'll find out. And no, it's not Molotofs. I don't have any others. I will bring that in case, just in case. We're going to grab the ribbon. Save here, because if you notice, I spend more time saving on Grace than I do on Leon. There's a reason for that. It's because her sequences are far more dangerous. Okay. So now we got that. And yeah, these guys again, the liquor bees. Might think this is a problem, and it probably is still a problem. However, after a couple of Molotovs and a machine gun round, I feel like that's a pretty convincing solution. But there's an even better solution up ahead. Oh, you. Right, the crew now heard me. Number 2. My name's Grace Ashcroft, and this is my story of how I came to reclaim my bunker. That's totally mine. No one else owns it. Cough, 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 cough. What a bad umbrella! They don't own it. It's my bunker. It's mine now. I stole it fair and square. You know, I'm still mildly curious as to the technology that she's using to convert blood into nitrate, but I'm gonna leave it with plausible disbelief. Now, did it change this as well? I bet you it did. Yes, it did. Okay. Well, those are easy enough to get. I know where those are. And there shouldn't be any more liquors in the immediate future. For some reason, I didn't feel like I had my regular rookie charm on. And there's the bottle of acid. You know what liquors are notoriously weak to? Strong corrosive acid. It's a historical fact. Look at RE9. However, I just threw my incredibly valuable bottle of acid at a normal zombie, and that was a mistake. Because I was not thinking and I was talking. I should shut up. There's another one, but that's gonna cost me. Oh! Maybe we have more problems inbound. Maybe we don't. Tune in next time. Oh, no, in this case it's a liquor? No, it's not a liquor, it's just a zombie. Normal zombie. You know what? which ironically look very similar to the original zombies. I find that stark contrast familiarity actually kind of amusing. Like, they look like the Resident Evil 1 zombies, which actually makes sense because this is the same virus for this particular sequence. See? No problemo, Slammo. Oh, does it not let you go through this door now? Now you have to just go around regardless? How interesting. Interesting. I mean, that's not really that big a deal. Like, it's the same path either way, so, like, whoop-de-doo. I just can't go through use that door. Yeah, of course you're not dead yet. We've gotten past the part that where it's easiest to die, and so... You know what? I'll hang on to that, but we're not saving just yet. Because... okay. Did they remove the liquor from this particular... Oh, no, they moved him. Okay. Well... It's still a one-shot on liquors. So... Suspense? Cancelled. And now Leon got out of the pit. That's what that entire cutscene was about. Yep. That's all that cutscene was about. Register shortcut down. Clean that up. Cool. Do I need healing? I'm kind of yellow, so might as well. This is literally the hardest difficulty, and I'm almost at the end of this game. I thought I'd point that out. We're gonna save here, because here's the part where things get a little bit more tricky, and they're probably going to be a lot more tricky because I guarantee you they moved people around in this. Because there's no way they didn't. It was... However, Freya's Needle, which is the name of this gun, a rather appropriate name, I would argue. Pretty freaking good. Okay, so you can craft bottles of acid. Good, good. I don't have the code for that yet. But I will, because it's coming right up. After a message from our sponsors. If we had sponsors, which we don't. So, moving on. You saw nothing. You can only do that sneak attack with the hemolytic injectors, by the way, which are limited. The knife can't be used for that purpose. Unfortunately. Okay. This is where this gets hairy. Ooh, okay. That worked pretty well. But acid still works better, so acid it is. But to make my life easier, okay, you're normally not there, but that's alright. That does not make my life easier. And he did not die to the acid. That's a first. I stand corrected, he finally died. Okay, wow. They decided to run at me, and I took no damage. I call that victory. We'll call it a draw. But why I was saying that is because my final hip pouch upgrade gives me plenty of room to sort my feelings out on this, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. Insert plausible other. Okay, there's no one in there, but that has nothing I need either. Ooh, critical. Messy. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Whatever. It's just blood. That's an easy resource to come by. It just prevents me from crafting what I normally would have crafted here. But, lo and behold, just more blood. Because the more bottles of acid I have, the easier this sequence becomes, as you can see. And that's actually one of the safe codes, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's a monitor control room safe. Look at that. It's almost like a sign. Make more bottles of acid. That's what that sign was saying to me. I understand if it was difficult for you to hear it, but that's exactly what it was saying to me. Cough, cough, cough. Make a makeshift knife just to consolidate some of these scrap locations. And here is the other supply code, literally right next to each other. However, we're going to continue finishing this segment, and then, because we're going to have to backtrack that way anyhow. Because one of the pieces for the locked door that we're trying to get through is up here, and the other one's back in that red room that was locked earlier. That this magnetic keycard will not be locked. There's your Noah Hyde Law as a reference, because it's an art, and Noah, yada yada. So many references. The Nobilis Orb, Nobilis Obligat. The noble should protect the people, yada yada yada. Principle of noblism, supposedly. You may be blind, but that's why you'll never see it coming. Freedom Doritos. Brought to you by the United States of America. Completely manufactured by the United States of America. We'll bomb you for cookies. Moving. I mean, we're half. after I grab these two, the second orb, Grace's segment's pretty much done up until, like... Actually, I think that is the end of Grace's segment, more or less. Like, there's one very insignificant thing that can happen with there, but, like... Do I care about that? No. Is it relevant? Probably also no. But you'll see what I'm saying very shortly, because, like I said, we're almost done here. So... As a matter of fact, the only reason I'm scavenging is just because these bottles of acid make this entire segment much easier. And unfortunately, infinite ammo doesn't apply to bottles of acid, because they're not ammo. Or they add a third one? Sure sounds like that's a third one. Well, good thing I had a third one on hand, and I'm going to make more. Well, you know what? I can make scrap and then turn the scrap into... I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. Okay, I'm not an idiot, but I don't think things hurt sometimes, and to backfire or something. Also, there was no reason to keep that in my inventory. I don't know why that's in my inventory. Probably because I picked it up at some point. Which I don't remember doing, so... Alright, I have the code for that now. I should actually use that here. This is the monitor room code, yes. So 20 to the right, 0 to the left, 70 to the right. Exactly what I was hoping for. Another bottle of acid, another empty bottle. You know, there are times when I forget that Grace is actually an FBI agent, or supposed to be. I don't know too many FBI agents that have noodle arms like that, but I don't know really any, so I suppose that's like a moot point at this point. That's Kotetsu. You know what? I don't even need Kotetsu. I haven't needed it a single time throughout this playthrough. Which, I know the use for it, it's just I haven't needed it, so it's like, okay. Because I've either been grabbed from the back, from behind, or, you know, something of that nature. Actually, that sounds really bad when you say it out loud. I was just grabbed from behind. Oh. Ugh. I'm counting for the contents of your safe. 80 right, 80 left, 50 right, 0 left. Okay. 80 right. Right? Did I do that right? Yeah, I did that right. It opened. And we're going to immediately discard this because no need for pistol ammo. What was that? Well, I suppose I can grab it and turn in the script. Legit have no need for it at this point, though. Unless there's a whole bunch of liquors in here, which I wouldn't put that. I would not put it past the devs to do so. Well, this guy's in the same spot, so... And... easy grab. Oh, they added 2 more. Whoop-de-doo. You know, this does bear quite a bit of similarities to Claire Redfield from Code Veronica, one of the guns she used, except she dual wielded these things. If I remember correctly. Which this does have a lot of similarities to Code Veronica, so they might even be using snippets of the same code or the remake that's rumored to be in progress. Oh dear, I stepped on some glass. See, you didn't actually have to fight the lickers, but it's just faster just to get them out of the way, so why not kill the lickers? In your first playthrough, hear me out, until you get the acid bottles, you probably should be fighting the lickers, unless you have, like, maxed weapons. Actually, I don't even need to save. What am I doing? Like, I literally put this in and Grace is done. Pretty much done with Grace's campaign. I mean, there is one small sequence she has after this, but, like, it's literally just running from point A to point B. And back to Mr. Almost Dead Leon Kennedy. But will he die? Spoiler alert. I probably will go with the good ending, so he probably gets to live, but hear me out. Yeah, you like that. Knock, knock. Oh, that puts a licker there. Interesting. That's normally a zombie. Well, rock, paper, liquor, missile. Missile beats liquor, paper, and missile. So, why am I still bothering picking stuff up? My brain is just so hardwired to this pattern now. It's sad. It really is sad. I should, however, see what's on offer, I guess. Alright, we'll grab some more of these just in case, because this sequence isn't that long, but, you know, like I said, they threw a liquor at me where there was a zombie, so better to be safe than shaved. Better to be safe than shaved. Yep, that's how that statement works. We're going with that. Alright, welcome to Liquor City. Liquor City? Okay. It's the frickin' Wild West in here. They're just popping out of the frickin' woodwork. They're coming out of the walls. Literally. They're in the vents. Leon is not responsible for any air events that may be and property damage that may ensue in the making of this film. Everyone and their mothers was harmed in the making of this film. Lol. Okay, seriously, hiding these guys where they're actually not supposed to be. Okay, usually there's liquors in this room. There are not liquors in this room right now. Probably because this... Oh, nope, wait, I stand corrected. Hang on. Now there's liquor in this room. You happy? No. But, whatever. getting too close quarters for comfort. Eat snub nose. It's a balanced part of your diet. Snub nose for breakfast. Yep, totally. That's how that works. A diet which does not include anything Scott Kennedy. This one is not for eating. And the override key. Yay! To another bioweapons repository. What could go wrong? With knowing Leon? Everything. But can we talk about how every vehicle Leon has ridden has basically died, aside from the one at the beginning of this, which I'm very skeptical about. Like, the one vehicle he's seen driven at the beginning of this. Okay, where are all the liquors that are normally in this room? I hear them. I don't see them. I am concerned. Is it just gonna start raining liquors as soon as I start this elevator? I think it is. Oh well, let's just get this over with then, I suppose. Override key active. Oh man, this is gonna be special. Why? Okay, this is not good. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. This is just not as good as I thought it would be. Okay, we're not going there. Missile, reload, missile, thank you, missile. Okay, could you not? This is why I brought so many recovery items. I mean, I'm bringing like 9 times and I use like 6 right there. The coughing fits are not helping. Alright, that's it. Well, the assault rifle did come in handy one time. When I had to hot swap to something. Elevator? You good there, bud? Okay, elevator's good. And this is it for Leon Scott Kennedy until the boss fight, pretty much. The optional final boss fight. Optional only if you want Leon Scott Kennedy to die forever. So, you know. Which he doesn't, so. Oh, yeah. I knew those tacos were tainted. Shouldn't have eaten them, but man, they were good. Why tacos specifically? Man, it was Taco Tuesday. For tacos, man. Pretty sure they're just discounted tacos, not even free tacos. Just discounted. Well, I hate to clue you. Shouldn't have eaten. This is how I feel on a good day. Nauseous, vision blurred, dizzy. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Well, and there was no more Leon Scott Kennedy ever again. Until Resident Evil 20. Are you sure about that? Okay, it might be like Resident Evil 12 that he shows up next. If there's still a planet left, and they're still making video games on that planet. Yes, this is finally your chance to do something. I mean, she is. I jest because she is literally the most important character in this. Like, Leo, ironically, is the slideshow here, which I find funny. Like, two of the main characters of the series are Leon and Chris. And Leon's the sideshow in this one, technically. It's like they just threw him in them because they couldn't get Chris, his voice actor, on. Alright, this is where you have the branch. You could destroy Elpis, which kills Leon, Sherry, and everyone, aside from Grace. Or you can release Elpis for reasons that I'm not going to get into because they're story related and you have to find out for yourself. Which you can kind of guess from that. But and this is the good ending, which involves the optional boss fight. Yeah, hi, say hi to Spencer's apprentice, who would have instantly died there had I not missed. Say goodbye to Spencer's apprentice. Say hello to Nemesis Gamma. Say goodbye to Nemesis Gamma. And by the way, you can't dodge that. There's like, because this is canonically how you kill Gamma for some reason. Remember how the previous spot Nemesis you had to kill with like a railgun and a freaking nuke? Yeah, Leon just hits it with an axe a few times in a sensitive bit and it dies. I'm not even joking. And that's it. Game complete. That is Insanity Mode beat. Thank you for watching, and this should be the platinum very shortly because that took me 5 hours to do. Well, like I said, I beat this. This is the biggest gap I've had in like beat the game in like 6 hours or something like that. This one I beat that challenge and still had like 38 minutes this video. With just not even, I didn't even have the RPG at that point. I was just using infinite ammo. It would have been faster with the RPG, and that's most likely the platinum right there. There we go. Requiem. Alright, well, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this clip. I hope you enjoyed this clip, and take care. Bye now.